whoever that is. Carol Owens wants me to make them a highlight tape. Sorry, no. You didn't have any highlights this year, and suspended for half the season. I'll do a damn highlight tape. The 24-year-old sophomore.
Zero promising career.
He turned around. It's actually a good story. He's from my hometown. He's from Fort Worth, and the neighborhood that he grew up in got mowed over so they could build a shopping center. And his parents just left, and he ended up like homeless.
I'm Scranton, Brother Whistle, and open up the season ticket over the gates, please.
He dropped out of school, and he got back in later, and he's made it nice for him. Out of the starting five on his basketball team the year that I remember in high school, he's the only one that's not playing either in the NFL or the NBA. Mike Scott, RedHawks, Louisville Dowling, Patriots. Better than it was before with the acoustic fucking Gavin Rossdale. This around. Don't let the days go by.
enter your remote access code.
No.
Fans, may I have your attention, please? If you haven't already done, with all of our Steelers student all-stars present here at tonight's game, please report to the area along the third base concourse. All Steelers student all-stars, please report to the area along the third base concourse at this time. Wishing to purchase or consume alcohol, let's pick up an ID wristband at one of the third ID stations. All patrons must be wearing proper wristband to purchase and consume alcohol, and must have their IDs available at the concession stand. We thank you for your cooperation. If you'd like to spend a night at a luxury outdoor feature center down here for free, not the money relevant video and dancing to the details on how to enter for a chance to spend an evening with the head by the Hens Broadband Sports Club.
Check, check.
Anyone out there yet?
Check.
Tonight's injury update brought to you by Blair Orthopedics on the disabled disc, John Flynn. Tonight's injury update brought to you by Blair Orthopedics, the physicians for your Altoona birth since 1999. Attention parents of the Steamer Student All-Stars, you can of your kids when they are finished parading around the warning track in the fun zone down along the right field line. And speak of the Steamer Student All-Stars, let's take a look at the warning track in front of the third base dugout. Here they come, line number 2 of the Steamer Student All-Stars. Excellence in the classroom. Let's hear it for these youngsters, the Steamer Student All-Stars, here at People's Natural Gas Field. Once again, fans coming around the warning track between the dugouts and the home plate area, please welcome the Steamer Student All-Stars. courtesy of Panera Bread, Logan Town Standard. The Kirk would like to thank UPMC Health Plan for sponsoring the outdoor bleacher section here in Perth, PA. The UPMC Health Plan, Home Run Junction, is the only seating area in People's Natural Gas Field where you can catch a home run ball. Visit the Kirk box office or head to OutdoorCirc.com to get your tickets to the UPMC Health Plan, Home Run Junction.
Anybody there yet?
Yep, I went to college at North Carolina, go Heels, and yeah, I was here a couple years ago, just for a couple games, and I'm loving Altoona, and it hasn't been too cold, so loving the weather. Yeah, so you're here for a couple games back in 2012, you were drafted. Did you ever actually get to come here to the ballpark? Because I remember you joined us when you were in Erie for a couple of games at the end of the year when the PK4 hit, and I don't know, did you ever get to come back down here? I never played here. I came in and out of here, travel-wise. Never played here. Only played one at bat in Erie. That's it. I was batting 1,000 in Double-A for a couple of years there. So yeah, it was good. It's great. Hey, can't beat it. Off season, did you do anything? Some guys like to go home. Some guys take vacations. Some guys get married. What do you do? I guess my one thing would have been I went to New York City. My dad's team had a tournament there, and spent Thanksgiving there, and went around New York City for the first time. Traversing New York City, how was that? Because that could be daunting for some people to go to New York City for the first time. There's a lot to take in. Isn't that right? Yeah, I actually got lost on the subway. First time. Got lost. Got a little angry while I was lost, but finally figured out where I was going. Yeah, we took a trip. We had a day game in Scranton last year, and on the little train from New Jersey into the city. I remember kind of walking around. We used our train station. It's kind of like they hit you one day where you go. So how did you get lost on the subway? Was it incorrectly labeled, or did you just get on like an express train? Yeah. Miss all your exits, or what? In my defense, I got off at the right exit. Well, no, I started going the wrong way. So, okay. But then I got off, and it was mislabeled and different names and all that. So finally gave in and asked somebody for directions and found my way. So your dad was coaching in the tournament at Parkway. What did you think of the Parkway Center? Really cool. All the seats are actually black, which makes for a really cool background. And obviously it's a historic place with concerts and obviously the Brooklyn Nets down there and all that. So it's really cool. Jacob, thanks for taking the time to let me know you a little bit here, and let me be with you. All right, thanks. All right, there's different songs for outdoor game day.
Check.
Hey.
You there, Jay?
Yeah, been here for a while, checking in with you guys. Make sure you weren't all dead.
I'm here. Mike's running around somewhere. How are you today?
Well, the Pirates are about to lose another one in extra innings to the Cardinals, so yeah.
Oh, they're so the Cardinals are about to walk off again?
Looks that way, men on first and third.
Yeah.
We've left 19 men on base today.
19, wow. That's worse than when we did 14 that night here. What's the score?
1-1.
Jesus.
Yeah, all that money they pay to guys like Josh Harrison, all he does is come up there and flail away.
That's early. They're hanging around 500. They'll be fine. They'll hit a stretch later this season.
Yeah, but you can't lose games in the division, especially the Cardinals, because that's the team you always chase.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the year they need to step up from wild card to division winner.
Yep, exactly.
Clint Hurdle, I think, has said that a few times, too, so. Check, check. 1, 2. Really quiet in my headphones. Check, check. Do you have a good level on me there?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Just checking. Check. Check. Test 1, 2. There we go. Helps if you turn the right knob.
Yeah, that's broadcasting 101, Trey.
Well,
It says ball.
I have a print journalism degree, so I'm kind of out of my element anyway.
Walk-off win, Cardinals 2-1.
Yesterday was 3-2, right?
No, yesterday was 2-1 also.
Thank you, Rich. Yeah, they came all the way from Harrisburg, PA. We have a big hitter here tonight. I understand. First of all, what's your name? And you were here because your brother is sick. What's your brother think? Right. Now, is he upset that you're on the field and he's not?
Check.
No.
Okay.
I'm sure he isn't. The Chihuahuas Crusaders. Chihuahuas Crusaders, right? I repeat the name of what's out there. That big green guy behind you. Steamer. Hey, what's your name and what's your favorite team or player?
My name's Tyler Coates and my favorite team is Blue Jays.
Blue Jays, blue shirt. I think Steelers trying some votes here. Hey, who's your favorite mascot?
2 minutes.
Thank you.
There you go. All right, one for you, green guy. Hey, what's your name? What position or what's your favorite team, favorite player?
Good evening, everybody, from Altoona, Pennsylvania. Altoona Curve Baseball coming up from People's Natural Gas Field. It is Saturday, May the 2nd, 2015, and the Curve getting set to face the Erie SeaWolves in the second game of this three-game set and the second day of this 7-day homestand for Altoona. It's another beautiful night at People's Natural Gas Field. Weather has been just breathtaking over most of the home games for the Curve this year. The Curve coming off of another win last night. Erie slumping. We'll tell you more about both of them as the Altoona Curve pregame show rolls on the Curve Radio Network. Oh, sorry about that. Hey, yeah, sorry. I thought I was supposed to be going shorter than I've been going. I'll go a little longer. Sorry. Welcome you back to the pregame show this evening. The Curve and SeaWolves coming up in just a bit. My name is Trey Wilson. We'll be joined shortly by Mike Pass and ECJ Randall back at the board this evening. The Curve are hot right now, 13-6 atop the Eastern League's Western Division. In fact, the Curve, by winning percentage, have the best record in all of the Eastern League. Erie, on the other hand, the SeaWolves have dropped 10 in a row coming into tonight's game, and the Curve have won all 4 meetings between these two teams this year, and that includes last night. And boy, we have seen some strong starting pitching from the Curve this year, but last night might have been the best so far. Tyler Glasnow, the top prospect of the Pirates, along with Jeremy Bleich, John Daniel Medina, and Jonathan Barrios, combined for a one-hit shutout of Erie as the Curve opened up the homestand with a 2-0 win. Tyler Glasnow picked up his second win of the season to improve to 2-0. He sat down the first 14 men that came to the plate last night before giving up a 2-out single in the 5th inning, and that was the only hit of the night for Erie. It was one of only 4 base runners all night for the SeaWolves. The offense last night came from Josh Bell as he had 2 RBIs, both bringing Keon Broxton across the plate to score. He had 3 hits on the game. He was 3 for 4. In fact, the only time that Josh was sat down all game was a ground out that plated that second run of the night for the Curve. He has the 13th win of the season this year for the Curve, and the Curve are now 4-0 against the Erie SeaWolves this year, including a 3-game sweep up in Erie last week. So heading into tonight, a lot of momentum for Altoona, not a lot for the SeaWolves, who have the Eastern League's one of the worst batting averages in all of the league and the highest team ERA at 5.57. The starting pitching for Erie has been strong, but the bullpen has not been all that great. Yesterday we saw Austin Kubica throw a complete game, only gave up 2 runs, but in a losing effort for Erie. As we get set for tonight's game, take a look at the rest of the Pirates organization and how everything has been going across the minors and the majors with the Pirates, brought to you by Altoona Grand Hotel. We start this evening with the Pittsburgh Pirates at the top. For the second straight day, the St. Louis Cardinals walked off against the Pittsburgh Pirates today in extra innings. In the 11th inning, That game just ending maybe 5 or 10 minutes ago. Jared Hughes picking up the loss in that game after he was charged with a blown save in yesterday's. So the Pirates have dropped now to 12-12 on the season. With the rest of the Pirates minor league affiliates, nobody else has gotten action underway yet today. All the games coming up later tonight. But yesterday, around the rest of the system, AAA Indianapolis had a strong game against the Lehigh Valley IronPigs, a 4-0 win for the Indians. It was the first win of the season for Adrian Sampson. He came in 0-3 despite pitching very well with an ERA under 3. 7 scoreless innings yesterday for Adrian Sampson with 7 strikeouts. Alan Hansen had 4 hits in the game, and Elias Diaz drove in 2 of the 4 runs for the Tribe. Yesterday down in the Florida State League, the Bradenton Marauders at McKechnie Field hosting St. Lucie. A 12-1 win for Bradenton yesterday as the Marauders get back to 500 at 11-11. Jacoby Jones had a couple of hits and drove in 2 runs, also scored twice, so a good game for the big shortstop prospect of the Pirates. And Austin Meadows came across to score 3 times in the game, another big prospect for Pittsburgh, the outfield, the center fielder for the Marauders. He also scored 3 times in the game. And in Class A West Virginia in the South Atlantic League, the West Virginia Power yesterday lost at Greensboro. Final score in that game 3-2. Austin Coley picked up his first loss of the year, drops to 3-1, despite giving up just 2 runs against him on the day, and he had 8 strikeouts in the game. Kawika Inslee Pye went 1 for 2, walked twice, and had an RBI. That's how the rest of the Pirate system has looked over the last couple days. Brought to you by Altoona Grand Hotel. Step aside again. The Altoona Curve pregame show. Lineups coming up next on the Curve Radio Network.
Test, test, test.
The third president, Mike's gone now. The third president was Thomas Jefferson. Boom. George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. Lots of Virginians. Closing in on first pitch here at People's Natural Gas Field, the Altoona Curve and the Erie SeaWolves coming up at the top of the hour. As we get ready to set the stage for tonight, time to present the starting lineups for both teams, brought to you by Toyota. First for the visiting Erie SeaWolves, the affiliates of the Detroit Tigers under the second year of direction by Lance Parrish, the manager for Erie. Erie entering play at 6-14, fifth in the division. Led off this evening by center fielder Wynton Bernard. Batting second, playing in right field, is Jeff McVaney. Hitting third and playing third base is Corey Jones. Cleanup hitter is the DH, Dean Green. Batting fifth, playing first base, is Wade Gaynor. Batting sixth at shortstop, Brennan Harris. Hitting seventh and catching, Miguel Gonzalez. Batting eighth, hitting and playing in left field is Connor Harrell. And rounding out the order for the SeaWolves, the second baseman, Harold Castro. For the 13-6 first place Altoona Curve tonight, as sent by Tom Prince. The Curve led off by center fielder Keon Broxton. Batting second, playing second is Max Moroff. Hitting third and playing first, Josh Bell. Cleanup hitter is the left fielder Willie Garcia. Batting 5th, designated hitter Stetson Alley. Hitting 6th, playing third base, Dan Gamache. Batting 7th and catching, Sebastian Valle. Hitting 8th, playing in right field, Andy Vasquez. And batting 9th, the shortstop, Gift Ngope. And right on cue, those 9 men getting set to take the field. Warwick Sepulveda on the mound for Erie. And on the bump today for the Curve, 2-0, 0.40 ERA, Angel Sanchez. Player Orthopedics injury report. One player on the DL for the Curve. It is the outfielder Jonathan Schwind, who has been on the DL since April 25th. That is today's Blair Orthopedics injury report. Blair Orthopedics, experience, excellence. National anthem coming up. When we come back, first pitch from People's Natural Gas Field on the Curve Radio Network. Thank you.
With our national anthem. We ask at this time that you please remove your hat.
All right. I'll bring it back, toss it to you for first pitch. I'll do it. Closing in on first pitch tonight from People's Natural Gas Field. Trey Wilson with you, Mike Passanisi coming up here as well, and Jay Randall back in the studio. Before we get everything started tonight, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Curve Radio Network. Colors coming off the field. The players getting set to start their warm-up. And the Curve entering play with a 3-game lead in the Eastern League standings. And to tell you about the first inning of tonight's game, here is Mike Passanisi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. The weather's just perfect here at People's Natural Gas Field as Angel Sanchez dons the home whites today for the Curve as they take the field. Before we get this one going, I want to remind Curve fans that this copyrighted broadcast is presented by the authority of the Altoona Curve, the Eastern League, and the National Association of Professional Baseball Leagues Incorporated, and is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, or accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Curve, the Eastern League, and the NAPBL is strictly prohibited. Angel Sanchez, 2-0, an ERA of .40 for the right-hander out of Tenares in the Dominican Republic. Spends his off-season time, some of it in the DR, actually helping youth leagues and kids get involved in youth baseball, does Angel Sanchez. And his other time he spent this last off-season out in the Arizona Fall League and then spent more time in the Phoenix area, spending time in Arizona before reporting to spring training for the Buccos. He's been solid. Did not allow a run through his first 13 innings of 2015 and has given up one in just 22 2/3 innings of ball here this season. So he'll take the hill. He'll deal the U.S. Foods first delivery of the ball game to Winton Bernard. U.S. Foods first delivery of the ball game is brought to you by U.S. Foods, located at Burns Avenue and Cannon Station, right along 764, and on your way to Duncansville. They are your partners beyond the plate. Nice crowd filing in here to the ballpark as Sanchez completes his warm-up tosses. As we said, the Curve, they're in the home whites today. Red Sox, red home caps, and the SeaWolves, they go with the alternate black tops today. Black socks and black cats, or black hats. Got that song, what's that song, Time Bomb, I think, by Rancid? Black shoes, black coats, or whatever. That's probably why I said black cats, but black caps for the Erie SeaWolves and Wynton Bernard. As he'll get in from the right side, does Bernard. First time we'll see him in this series. Angel faced him back in Erie over the weekend, and the U.S. Foods first delivery of the game is a strike, and we are underway. 6:02 the first pitch here from Curve, PA. No balls and a strike on Bernard as Sanchez goes back to work, and he goes behind him with it. 263 average for Wynton. 1 home run, 7 RBIs for Bernard. They'll creep up with Dan Gamache at third base through the Curve to start this ball game for Bernard. Wynton 0 for 3 against Angel in the game last Sunday at Jerry Park. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Sanchez. Up and in again. 2 balls and no strikes. Angel 6 2/3, 3 hits, scattered in his outing on Sunday against the SeaWolves. Picked up his 2nd win of the year. There's a 2-1 coming from Sanchez. It's up and in. It's 3 balls and a strike. Bernard, McVaney, and Jones to start this ball game. As fans still filing into the old ball yard on a beautiful 70-degree night. Pitch coming. It's up and in. Ball 4 after the first pitch strike. Sanchez looks like he might have, I don't know, lost a release point or something. He seemed a little erratic in that at bat. And it's a 5-pitch walk to Bernard. Brings up McVaney. Angel's only walked 2 in 22 1/3 all year. That's just his 3rd. No score, top of the first inning. Sanchez now on the stretch. And the first pitch. Runner goes. The pitch. Well, the throw's going to go down in the center field. The pitch, as it was backed up behind second base by Gifton Gulpe. Pitch was a strike. Stolen base off of Baye. Opponents are now 5 of 20 when trying to run on Sebastian. McVaney 286 with 7 RBIs to start the year. Was hitting much better for Erie when we were there over the weekend. But Erie, when we entered that series with the SeaWolves last Friday, they were the best hitting team in the Eastern League, and they've fallen down a little bit. They are now the 9th best hitting team with a 243 team average. This ball hit back towards the middle. More awful charge as it got over Sanchez's head to throw to first. In time, Moroff retires McVaney. 4-3 goes the putout, but Bernard moves to third. A productive out. Brings up Corey Jones. Defensively, Gamache and Gulpe on the left side. You met Moroff just now, and Bell's at first. Valles behind the plate. Garcia, Broxton, Vasquez left to right in the outfield. And the umpiring crew, Peterson behind home, Merzel at first, and Tosi at third. Corey Jones, the batter. Infield coming even with the bags. Jones from the left side of the plate. First pitch to him is down low. 1 ball and no strikes. Jones, 294, 8 RBIs from the Eastern League All-Star in 2014. Dean Green waits on deck. Angel trying to dance out of a jam here in the first. Pitch. Hit into right field, and that's going to be a run. As trotting home is Bernard, and the SeaWolves have come out to take a 1-0 lead. It's just the 13th earned run that Curve pitching has given up this year. Starters, anyways. Jones, his 9th RBI. And the batter is Dean Green. not something we've seen a whole lot of. It's only the 4th time all year that the opponent, I believe, has scored first on the curve. This is game 20. As batter now is the heavy-hitting Dean Green. This is the 4th time this year the opponent has scored first in a game as this pitch is outside, ball 1. One nothing SeaWolves is a mound visit from Sebastian Baye here to Angel. It's just the 2nd run that he has allowed this season. And it's come with the first 3 batters. A walk, a stolen base, a ground out, and a single. 1-0 on Green. Sanchez delivers. Out and away, 2 balls and no strikes. Sanchez sets. The clock ticks down to 4. He delivers the ball. It's down in the dirt. And it is 3 balls and no strikes. Angel having a tough time throwing strikes here to start this ball game. '25-year-old looking to regroup out there. 3-0 on Dean Green. Erie leading 1-0. Go to first. And it's going to get by Josh Bell and down towards the tarp. And over to second base is going to go Corey Jones. He's going to try and go to third. Bell picks it up, and he throws to third base. It's cut off by Ngope. And it's an E1 on Angel Sanchez. And this inning kind of getting away from him here to start the ball game. Gift over to talk to the youngster. Now he's back to short. Large crowd on hand here tonight. Sanchez trying to keep this a 1-run game. 3-0. Green will slice and put it into the stands. Foul. Nice catch by the folks in 306. Three balls and a strike with 1 out on Dean Green. Pitch coming. Too high. Another walk. Sanchez has equaled his walk total for the season here in this inning. Here comes Justin Message. Runners at the corners. It does potentially set up a double play here for Angel. The Message will walk out to talk with the Curve's opening day starter. Message used the bubble gum, but not sure he's showing Message the ball. And final score on the 5-star Mitsubishi of Altoona out-of-town scoreboard. Pirates lost again in extras, as Trey told you in pregame, 2-1 to the Cardinals. A couple of tough losses for Pittsburgh to division foe St. Louis. So here's Wade Gaynor. Still an opportunity for Sanchez to get out of this with just 1 run. A ball on the ground, and he's out of this inning. If it's hit right at someone, they can turn a pair. Sanchez delivers. Runner stays put at first, and the ball is popped up. Might be playable for Baye. Lots of room here, and he's back on the track behind the plate. He makes the catch. That'll get the fans a little noisy. Good pitch from Angel. Pops out Gaynor, and now there's 2 away for Brendan Harris, Major League veteran, 34-year-old shortstop. 1-0 Erie. They scored 1 run on 1 hit and 2 walks there in the first. Sanchez trying to keep it at just that. There's also been a throwing error, his own. Pitch to Harris. Low, ball 1. Harris last night led off for Erie, went 0 for 4, as did most of Erie's lineup. They only had 1 hit. That was from James Robbins in the 5th off of Glasnow with 2 down. 1-0. Sanchez walked Bernard after starting him off with a strike. He walked Green. This pitch here, a strike on the outside part of the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Talked to a few scouts today. They said they had Glasnow last night anywhere from 93 to 98, but throwing an easy 95. Pitch from Angel. One of the 4 that he possesses, as this one is swung on and missed, and now it's 1-2. For Angel Sanchez, fastball, the breaking ball, the cutter, and the changeup. Trying to get out of this first inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Corner runners in the pitch. In the dirt. Not chasing was Harris. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 6th man to hit in this inning for Erie is Harris. In terms of pitch counts for Angel, it's still relatively not out of control. He's right at 19, but trying to work around some control issues here early in the ball game. The 2-2 pitch. Hit back towards the middle of the diamond. Moroff dives. He can't get it. It's in the center field, and it's 2-0 Erie. Harris squared it up. It's an RBI for him, his 5th, and the SeaWolves have the first 2 runs of this ball game. Going to second is Green. 7th man to hit brings up Miguel Gonzalez. Two runs on 2 hits with 2 walks in this inning and an error. Gonzalez, technically the backup catcher, as Angel starts him off with a ball. 1-0. 148 hitter, 1 home run, 3 RBIs. No Austin Green in the lineup today as they go to Gonzalez. Both throw out runners pretty well behind the plate, but pitch coming. Off the end of the bat, into the stands, right side, terrace level. Oh! Fell in a yellow shirt, had the hands outstretched to catch that ball and couldn't hang on to it. Sanchez trying to get out of the first. These fans woken up here. The curve will come to the bat racks. Got to get through Gonzalez here. Time was called, so that pitch clock will shut off until the next pitch from Angel Sanchez is thrown. And now time is called again. One. Skipped in there on a breaking ball. 2 balls and a strike. Inning began with a walk to Bernard after he started the game off with a strike. Bernard stole second. He got the ground out of McBaney. Corey Jones singled to bring Bernard home. Then he moved over on a pickoff error. This count has also gone to 3-1, and now there's bullpen activity. Dean Green walked. Gaynor popped out to second. Harris singled through the middle. 3-1 to the plate, all 4. Third walk for Angel Sanchez. 8th batter of the inning about to come up in Connor Harrell. Jason Creasy danced in this territory the first game we started in Akron. Curve had bullpen activity going. He gave up 4 runs in the inning, was able to get out of it. And in that start for Crazy, he was able to finish 5 innings. Angel at 25 pitches. The bases loaded and nowhere to put Connor Harrell. Pitch coming in. And it's off the plate for a ball. 1-0. Harrell hitting 185 with 3 RBIs. In the air, right side. That one's going to get out of play. Foul. One ball and 1 strike. Sanchez still can get out of this pretty good considering where it's at. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes, and 2 outs on the Big Mac guy. And might not even know it. This place can hear a pin drop right now. 1-2, and here it comes. Swing and a miss. Big Macs. He struck him out. That's the guy you want to strike out. Starting tomorrow at participating McDonald's, you can get a Big Mac with a qualifying purchase at a local McDonald's in and around the area of Curve, PA. Sanchez gives up 2 runs in the first inning as he faces 8 batters, but gets out of it. Both runs will go as earned. We'll go to the bottom of the first. It's 2-0 on the Curve Radio Network.
Winner will be drawn at the conclusion of the 6th inning and announced later in tonight's game. And once again, the Altoona Curve would like to thank Toledo for presenting this season's Toyota seat upgrade behind the Curve dugout in the Diamond Club. Toyota, let's go play, please. Curve would like to welcome the following groups to people at Metro Gas Field tonight. Pittsburgh Rotary and Chuck Taylor Banquet. Manny's Restoration. Alex Pitts' 11th birthday party. Zephyrs Woods. Holy Crusaders. The Twin City All-Stars. Those are the group who integrate with the third PA. The group out investigation will see you again later in the season.
Bottom of the first, Curve find themselves in an early hole, something that hasn't happened too much. And since the catcher was on the bases, they will waive off the start of the clock here. One of the new rules they put in place with these pitch clocks in the rule addendums they sent out, or amendments, a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of days ago, rather. Here's Keon Broxton to lead off the first here against Warwick Saupold. Saupold did not pitch well against the Curve last Sunday in Erie. Curve got him for 7 runs on 10 hits in 4 2/3 innings. Could not finish 5 for the second time this year in 3 starts. Pitch from Saupold to Broxton. Inside corner for a called strike. Well, the Kentucky Derby, they're going to run that in about 24 minutes. It's supposed to open the floodgates at 6:44 Eastern. A 1 pitch to Broxton. It's upstairs. You a Derby guy, Trey? Who do you got?
I don't know who any of the horses are.
Me neither. Should make for a good analysis when we put it on the TV here and tell you who wins. There's a 1-1 pitch. Inside to Broxton, 2 balls and a strike. Who was the guy that won the first 2 last year and then couldn't race? Was it California Chrome? Was that who?
I don't know. It happens every year. Chasing that Triple Crown.
2-1 of the plate. Ooh, inside. It turns Broxton out of the way. 3 balls on the strike. Nobody out. Curve looking for some runs in this bottom of the first.
That was one year recently, but it's been like every year, every other year, somebody wins the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown and then has a chance to pick it up at the Belmont, and they don't. American Pharaoh is the favorite, though. I do know that.
That's the okay. 3-1 pitch, and that's ball 4 to Broxton. So his leadoff at bat sounds just like the at bat to Winton Bernard. Start him off with a strike, and then 4 straight out of the zone, and that's a walk. Curve put their leadoff man on. That'll send Max Moroff up with a 17-game on-base streak for Max. Moroff into the box, pitch coming in, and Max takes up and away, ball 1. Both starters seemingly having some control issues here today. Shadows are going to work from right to left, so the box that Moroff is in, covered in some shadows, so it'll be advantage pitchers here in just a few seconds. A few minutes, maybe. 1-0 to Max. Broxton takes off. The pitch is hit through the left side. Another perfectly executed hit and run, just like yesterday in the 6th. Moroff is on at first. Broxton is on at third. That's how you draw it up on the chalkboard. Or I guess it's 2015. They don't have chalkboards anymore. They have whiteboards now, I think.
Yeah, new dry erase whiteboard installed in the clubhouse. That was the talk of the clubhouse yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that down there. It's new.
Yeah, the cork board's gone.
Well, they moved it. It's on the other side now.
Oh,
it's
okay.
adjacent to the water cooler.
I got to find out where that is.
That's where the lineup is now.
Oh, that's good to know, too.
Yeah, there you go. So runners at the corners here. 2-0 Erie in the first, but the Curve trying to chip away at that here against Sopol. Moroff with that hit now hits in 10 of his last 11 games, and has reached base in 17 straight as Bell puts one foul, 0-1. And Josh Bell is lighting the world on fire. Comes in leading the Eastern League with a .473 average. He's got 5 straight multi-hit games, hitting better than 500 in that time. Pitch from Soppold, inside under the hands of Bell, 1-1.
And 3 of the last 4, he's got at least 3 hits, 2 3-hit games and a 4-hit game. The average has climbed a bit. He's hitting .435 over the last 10.
He's hot right now. He's trying to keep the Eastern League Player of the Week award in-house and just have Max Moroff pass it off to him. Ball hit sharply to the right side, leaving it on the ground to second baseman Castro in the throw to first. Bell is still retired, but Broxton scores, and the Curve are on the board at 2-1. RBI for Bell, his 9th.
He's got the last 3 Curve RBIs.
He does. 4-3 ground out. Bell does get that 9th RBI. Moroff goes to second base. Brings up Willie Garcia. Willie, 277 with 6 RBIs. See if he can't bring Moroff in, knock this ball game up. Soppold deals up high to Big Willie style, 1 ball and no strikes. Alley on deck, and Gamache after him. Curve trying to equal what Erie did in the top of the inning. This pitch is low from Soppold, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes, 1 out, bottom of the first, and a 2-1 lead for the Curve. Pitch to Willie, offers at it and fouls it. 2 balls and a strike.
This might be the biggest crowd we've seen so far this year. Here.
Yeah, it's a nice one. They could make a lot of noise tonight. Good sized crowd rolling in for this. I mean, you can't ask for better weather on a Saturday night in May 2. This pitch is a strike swinging, and it's 2-2. Kind of like that Saturday crowd we had the first homestand in here, where we had, I think, 5,000 plus in the park.
Yeah, that was a good one, too.
Pitch coming on to Willie, breaking ball, and he laid off. 3 balls and 2 strikes. More off at second base. Broxton walked, scored on Bell's RBI groundout. Pitch from Soppold. Coming in. Willie sends it up in the air right side, giving chase first baseman for Erie Gaynor, and in front of the curve dugout, he makes the catch, and Willie fouls out. Unproductive out. FF3 is how it'll go. On the Erie infield, it's Gaynor and Castro on the right side. Harris and Jones on the left. Harold, Bernard, and McVaney left to right in the outfield, and Miguel Gonzalez is behind the plate. Here's Stetson. Moroff still at second, representing the tying run. Pitch to the plate. Alley hammers this one down the line to left field, but it's foul. In the Rail Kings and out by the Kunzler Grill as he got out in front of that one by just a little bit. I think the visit for Miguel Gonzalez to Warwick Soppold, don't throw that again. Bell, Ty, and Stetson nearly took it out of here. Oh, and 1 on Alley. Pitch coming in. This breaking ball dips down and away from Soppold. 1 ball and 1 strike. Alley 235, a couple of home runs, 11 RBIs. Curve haven't been as power happy as we thought they might be, but they've been able to win games with small balls. This is a strike to Alley with a breaker from Soppold, 1 and 2. That's perfectly fine. The team last year hit a good ton of home runs, but obviously couldn't put it together for many wins. This year's team much different. 1-2. That breaking ball and a call third strike on Alley. And after that fastball, he didn't see another one in that at-bat. Alley goes down looking, and the Curve will strand 1 in the first, but they do get 1 back. A walk to Broxton, a single by Moroff, and Josh Bell with another RBI. Curve trail the SeaWolves as we go to the second, 2-1 on the Curve Radio Network. Fastball, Bell, tie. Yeah.
The newly renovated and reopened U.S. Hotel Tavern in Hollidaysburg and discover a local tavern redefined. Fans this season, Sheets is proud to bring you Sheets Tag. Send your message to the video board by using the hashtag Sheets Tag on your Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Vine, or Google Plus account. Your Sheets Tag will be shown throughout the game. Sheets, home of the MTO. It's not fast food, it's better food fast.
We go to the second. Angel Sanchez back out there for the Curve after an adventurous first to settle in here against Harold Castro, the 9-hitter. Erie scored twice. Curve scored once in that first inning. Angel threw 29 pitches in the first. First pitch here, the second, a strike. Castro, 235, 5 runs batted in on the year. Batter's circle now completely engulfed in shadows. Angel will turn and deliver. rolled over to the right side. Max Moroff to an E, up from an E. There's the first. 2 pitches, 1 out. That's more of the Angel Sanchez we had been seeing to start the year. So Castro was retired. Brings up Winton Bernard, who drew the 5-pitch walk. So that brings up Winton. Good story, Winton Bernard. If you're here at the ballpark with the headset on or you came by yesterday, picked one up, or you're coming tomorrow, there's a nice little snippet on Bernard in there. This pitch fouled straight back. No balls in the strike. But a really good story on Winton Bernard.
Yeah, he started off his career with his hometown team, the San Diego Padres, that organization anyway. It was kind of an afterthought draft pick out of Niagara, very late in the draft.
Pitch coming. Swinging and a miss. Angel down and in, and it's 0-2.
You talked about this some on the road when y'all were at Erie, too, but he he tried out with a couple of teams after he was released by the Padres 2 years ago.
Pitch coming, and it's a call, 3rd strike. Angel, 2nd strikeout. 2 gone here in the 2nd. That strikeout brought to you by the folks at Kunzler. Angel's got 2. Erie leads 2-1, top of 2. And it brings up Jeff McBaney. We can finish the Bernard story later, but
the same thing happened to you in Erie when you were telling the Bernard story. You had a quick at bat, and we'll talk about it more later.
Yeah, it went over all of his at bats because none of them were quick, or all of them were quick. None of them were any kind of length for me to delve into the Winton Bernard story. Here's the pitch to McBaney, the running back in high school in Texas who ran for over 2,000 yards. Which is a ball inside to him. Pitch here, and Angel deals him a strike, and it's 1-1. Pitch on. McBaney checks. They don't appeal, and he doesn't go through the zone. 2 balls and a strike. 2-1 Erie. Beautiful night at People's Natural Gas Field. Pitch on. Inside. That was not a strike, but he got him to swing over top of it. 2-2. Fastball running it on his hands. Getting a lot of sheets tags from folks here at the ballpark today.
Oh, good.
Pitch here. Hit over to the left side. Gamache takes it on a hop. Throw is knee high for Bell. And he throws it back to Gifton Gope to take it off the field. Why did he throw it to Gift?
I don't know.
We'll go to the bottom of the 2nd inning. It's 2-1 Erie on the Curve Radio Network. That was weird, right?
Yeah. What were you cracking up about before?
The lights are not quite cooperating just yet.
He used to not have pants. Bottom of the 2nd inning, 2-1. Erie leading the Curve. Mike Passanese, Trey Wilson here. Gamache will lead things off. Much better and a more effective inning for Angel Sanchez in inning number 2. Much more what we had been accustomed to seeing from Angel here early on. Pitch to Gamache, looking to get the back going, and he'll loop one out to left field. Late breaking, though, was Connor Harrell, and he makes the catch, though. Still gets there. And then one pitcher, and Gamache is retired. L7, 1 away. Sanchez needed 29 pitches to get through the first inning. He only used 10 in the second inning.
That Harrell out in left field tonight. We saw Gaynor there yesterday, and you had mentioned that he was having some trouble, and you had said that he was a former infielder. He's listed as a third baseman. Still, he's back on the infield tonight at first.
He's back in at first. That experiment is not going further. This pitch is a strike. 0-1. It's not as easy. You think we just throw someone in the outfield and it's all good. It's not. There's takes some getting used to for everybody. Oh, one pitch. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike on Valle. He's riding an 8-game hitting streak coming into today. Hitting .385 with a home run, 5 RBIs for Sebastian. Born in Los Mochis, Mexico. There's a 1-1. Swing and a miss.
You talk about the transition to the outfield. I mean, even look at how it went early on for Stetson Alley, who is as athletic as anybody. And has pretty good baseball instincts. He had some trouble through the first week or so, but he started to pick it up a bit now as the season's gone on.
More reps you get out there, the better you'll be. 1-2. He tries to lay off the breaking ball to Sebastian. And they're going to bring him up. Sebastian at the plate, not totally confident that was a strike, and then he went through the zone. Walking back to the dugout, shaking his head. He disagrees with the plate umpire, Brian Peterson. 2 away. That's a second strikeout for Southpole. And here's Andy. Andy Vasquez, 167, 1 RBI. Erie leading 2-1, bottom of 2. Pinched in at third is Jones. Everybody else back on the Erie infield. Pitch to Vasquez. Outside for ball 1.
And players try to bounce around different positions at different points in their careers. The organization maybe suggests it or they bring it up.
1-0. Way inside of the backstop.
For some guys, it offers a little bit of longevity or maybe a path to the big leagues that they wouldn't have had otherwise. But going to the outfield is probably the easier of all of them that you can do, and it's still pretty tough. If you're trying to just learn a new spot on a field, is very, very difficult.
2-0 to Vasquez in for a strike. 2-1. I mean, in one case, we had Josh Bell. It's better route for him ideally to get to the big leagues by being a first baseman than an outfielder. Softball deals a 2-1 quickly, and Andy sprays it foul right behind home plate. The count is even at 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs.
Every now and then, you never see anybody, obviously, or not never. You very rarely see guys convert to pitchers. Sometimes you do. It happens.
Barrios.
That's one.
2-2. Breaking ball. Andy going to swing through it. It's in the dirt. Picking it up to throw to first is Gonzalez, and he'll throw him out. And it's a strikeout, 2-3. And the inning is over. Curve go down in order in the second. They'll trail Erie when we get to the third, 2-1 on the Curve Radio Network. The Giant Eagle contestant today is Kenny Weaver.
Giant Eagle home run
hitters contestant.
What was the name again?
Kenny Weaver.
And if there's a home run, he wins a gift card to Giant Eagle.
$20 gift card to Giant Eagle.
The Blue Jays are flipping a guy right now from first baseman to catcher. That's
really?
Not one you see. You don't see guys converted to catcher a lot. There's somebody in our system that they're doing that to. Somebody that had never caught before, or caught like in middle school, and it's somebody that's in our program.
Matheson?
I mean, media guide. He's a college guy. Or they tried too early in his career and then just bombed.
All right, I'll go to the Derby and give you the Derby update in the third if we get there.
All right. Oh, it was Schwind.
They drafted him as a catcher.
Yeah.
You're right. We've hit the third. Erie leads the ball game 2-1. I'm going to turn things over to Trey Wilson.
Thank you, Mike. Curve down by 1 early. Angel Sanchez, a tough first inning, but he recovered nicely for a 1-2-3 second. The first pitch of the inning to Corey Jones is ripped on, fouled back 0-1. Corey Jones, Dean Green, and Wade Gaynor for the SeaWolves. Jones had an RBI single back in the first inning, and he scored a run. 2-1 is the Erie lead here in the top of the third. The pitch off the outside corner from Sanchez. 41 pitches already for Angel through 2 innings, plus the 2 pitches so far this frame. 19 balls and 22 strikes. The pitch chopped over to the first base side. Bell watches it roll foul. Gets past him back towards the curve bullpen, and the count is 1-2. The Curve, as Mike mentioned earlier, wearing those home white tops. My favorite of the offerings that the Curve have for uniforms. They don't wear them all that often at home.
No, they don't.
They wear the brick colored. As the 1-2 pitch comes in. Fly ball out to left field. Garcia is right there for it. Makes the catch for the first out. Jones flies out to left, 1 away here in the top of the third.
So who did you say the favorite was for the Derby? Firing squad? Firing line?
American Pharaoh.
Oh, American Pharaoh. Okay.
That was, I acted like I knew it off the top of my head. I got an alert right when we were talking about it, an ESPN alert that came through.
Okay.
That listed him as a 3-1 favorite. So, are they off?
I guess I thought it was supposed to be at 44, but they're off.
Is this the one? There are several. I mean, there's several races.
Is there more? Oh.
Yeah, they race all day.
Really?
Dean Green steps in, and the first pitch to him, swing and a miss, strike 1. Yeah, well, not the Kentucky Derby main event race, but there are other heats, other races with other. Well, that must be it.
If they're going, yeah.
This is the one.
Firing lines in second.
I don't think we're allowed to give play-by-play of the Derby.
Bring your handcuffs.
The pitch bounces in. A ball and a strike now on Dean Green. It is Derby Saturday, first Saturday in May. A lot of events, sporting events this weekend. The big fight tonight with, of course, a lot of eyeballs on it. The 1-1 pitch misses outside. It's 2-1. Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather.
Oh, yeah, that's big, too.
Speaking of Mayweather, perfect tonight at People's Natural Gas Field.
Ooh, that was strong. That's going to be an Instagram caption for tonight.
2 balls and a strike on Dean Green. He's not registered an at-bat tonight. He walked last time. The pitch from Sanchez. He swings and misses. Green just about swung himself into a hole. Ended up down on his front knee. The count's 2-2 on the Erie DH. Down the stretch they come, Mike?
They need the NASCAR tracker that has, like, the thing on the horse that comes out. I don't know who these horses are.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Green. Sanchez into the windup. And the pitch. Tapped foul down the first baseline. The count stays 2-2.
I still don't know who won because we don't have sound.
Number 18. It's American Pharaoh, the favorite.
He was not leading, as I was not doing play-by-play. He was not leading until, like, the final quarter or whatever they're called. Quarter post?
I don't remember.
I don't know.
I've attended some horse racing before, but it's not a normal activity. The 2-2 pitch, a bouncing ball out to second. Picked up by Max Moroff. He fires over to first, and Green is gone for out number 2. 2 away, the base is empty. Curve trailing 2-1 in the top of the third inning.
Really, all I wanted out of this Derby, once I just found out who was racing in it about 5 minutes ago, was that I wanted the horse Ocho 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 to finish 8th, because I think that
symmetry,
that's all,
synergy.
That's all I want out of this whole thing. I haven't seen who finished 8th yet. I really don't care who won, but I want Ocho 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 to finish 8th. And to be sponsored by ESPN.
The Ocho. Stepping in is Wade Gaynor. He takes a ball low, 1-0. Angel Sanchez working here in the top of the third inning. We're saying the curve trail. That hasn't happened a lot this year. The pitch, a check swing, missed inside, maybe missed somewhere. And the count's 2 balls and no strikes. Sanchez fires in the 2-0 pitch. Popped up in the air. First base side of the infield now drifting over towards second. Max Moroff is there, makes the catch, and the side is retired. 3 up, 3 down go the SeaWolves. 7 in a row now sat down by Angel Sanchez. Heading to the bottom of the third, Curve trailing 2-1 to Erie on the Curve Radio Network.
You got a headache?
Oh, yeah.
I can tell. Yeah, are you being serious? I want to know where Ocho finished. It better be 8. What? Barrow.
Bottom of the third coming up, the Curve trailing 2-1 to the Erie SeaWolves. This is our Giant Eagle home run hitters inning. If the Curve hit a home run here in the bottom of the third, Kenny Weaver will win a $20 gift card to Giant Eagle. So Curve trying to knock one out of the park to tie the game and send $20 worth of Giant Eagle gift card over to Kenny Weaver. Gifting Gope, Keon Broxton, and Max Moroff to face Sampled as he fires in the first pitch for ball 1. Warwick Sampled out of Perth, Australia. 3rd year with the SeaWolves. Becoming a staple of this SeaWolves team. The pitch in to Ngope. Hit out softly to shallow right field. No trouble for McVaney, who takes a few steps in and makes the catch for the first out.
Yeah, I thought Warwick had a really good shot to get to AAA after his 2013 season. He had a 3.22, 3.28 earned run average with Erie. That year, being 22 starts, had a winning record, wins and losses, be it as it may. But he never got the shot. I guess out of spring training, was close to making the team, didn't, and then came back to Erie last year and just did not pitch well in the first half of the year.
8-11 overall in the season last year. ERA over 5. In 27 starts, the most starts he had made in any 1 year in his career. The pitch coming into Broxton off speed, caught a strike on the inside corner. And now this year, it started off even worse. He's already given up 17 earned runs. ERA is over 10. The pitch, strike called on the outside corner. And it's 0-2 now on Broxton. Sampled has given up more earned runs this year than the entire Curve pitching staff. The starting staff, rather. The 0-2 pitch. Check swing. Appeal down to first. No-go, says Dan Merzel. 1-2 on Broxton. The 4th start of the year for the Aussie. 1-2 pitch on the way to Broxton. Up and inside. Broxton backs off the plate. And the count's 2-2. There's been a few Australian baseball players that have come through and played for Erie over the last few years. The pitch to Broxton breaks outside for ball 2. Rather, ball 3. The count's full. Brandon Wise, another pitcher, another right-handed pitcher, played for the Wolves a couple years ago. And back in 2006, Andrew Graham, the catcher, 3-2 pitch to Broxton, misses inside, ball 4. Broxton works a walk for the second time today. Last time he did that, he scored.
Curve had their fair share of the folks that have played here in Curve Field that have also been of Australian descent. Stephen Welch, the most recent of those.
Max Moroff standing in, runner on first and 1 out. There's some pretty good baseball down in Australia.
For sure.
First pitch into Moroff, hit the other way into left field, a base hit. A couple of hops in front of Harrell, tosses into the shortstop Harris. Max Moroff goes the other way for the second time tonight. He's 2 for 2. He has both of the curve hits.
He's heating up.
Again, runners on first and second now, and here's the RBI man of the last couple days, Josh Bell. Has the 1 RBI tonight for the Curve, had both last night for the Curve. 0 for 1, he grounded out to the second baseman Castro, but it plated Broxton from third that time. Trying to tie this game up or more, the pitch misses just maybe off the inside corner. Pretty close pitch there, but it's ball 1. Tight strike zone early on for Brian Peterson behind the plate. Broxton leading off of second, Moroff leading at first. Broxton takes off for third. The pitch swung on and missed, and the throw down to third, not in time. A great jump by Broxton. It's a double steal. Moroff delayed, took off for second.
That's a risky maneuver. Erie, they're throwing out base runners like crazy this year.
But Broxton, paying attention, saw that Southwell really didn't even give him a look. Took off as soon as the front foot looked like it might start to pick up. Might have even left before he started towards the plate. Now an easier RBI chance for Bell. The pitch popped up, rather fly ball out to medium range center field. Now drifting back is Winton Bernard. This will score a run. Bernard makes the catch, tosses it in, tagging from third, and coming in to score is Keon Broxton. And the Curve tie the game at 2. An RBI sac fly by Josh Bell. Moving up to third on the play is Max Moroff. Josh Bell has the last 4 Curve RBIs, and all 4 times he has brought Keon Broxton across the plate to score. How often do you see that?
Not too often. Not too often at all.
So Broxton has scored the last 4 runs. Bell has the last 4 RBIs for the Curve going back over the last 2 nights. Bell has both RBIs tonight without a hit. That sacrifice fly. Now into double figures on the year in RBIs. Here's Willie Garcia trying to give the Curve the lead with 2 outs. The pitch misses outside for ball 1. Max Moroff now over at third. That double steal really coming up big in this inning. The pitch, Garcia chops it out to short. Against his body, Harris backhands, throws to first. The stretch at first from Gaynor, and a nice play. He was off balance, and he eventually fell. But Gaynor bails out Harris at the back end of that play, and the inning comes to a close. The Curve plate a run. Josh Bell with an RBI sac fly. This game is all square at 2 through 3 innings. No home run this inning, so I'll have to try again tomorrow. Sorry, Kenny Weaver. I'll have to see if we can give away a $20 Giant Eagle gift card with tomorrow night's Giant Eagle home run hitters inning. 3 innings in the books, 2-2 here at People's Natural Gas Field on the Curve Radio Network.
Where is the full listing of where they finished at? This ESPN app is not helpful. I said, you're supposed to be doing producer and help us out.
2-2, Curve and SeaWolves all tied through 3 as we head to the top of the 4th inning. And Angel Sanchez ready to go to work against Harris. The pitch to Brendan Harris misses inside for ball 1. Mike Passanisi diligently trying to find the final finishing order of the Kentucky Derby to find out about his beloved Ocho Ocho Ocho.
I want to know.
The 1-0 pitch, a strike on the outside corner to Harris.
I found out that the jockey that rode the winning horse, American Pharoah, Victor Espinosa, also rode California Chrome last year.
1-1. Swing and a tip back to the mid of Baye. It's 1-2. So he's got a track record of winning.
He does. Literally.
Giving you the biggest eye roll I can.
That was good.
1-2 pitch. Just off the outside corner. Squares the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Harris is 1 for 1 tonight. He has an RBI single. Brought in the second run for the SeaWolves in the first inning. A rocky first inning for Sanchez. This pitch misses low and outside. The count's full. Sanchez has recovered. He's almost now gone a full turn through the order in order.
I'm going to bring this back all the way to this ball game, this Kentucky Derby nonsense, in 2 at-bats. Just wait.
Okay. The payoff pitch from Sanchez. Popped up and back towards the seats. Out of play. Can't wait to see how you're going to do that. Another payoff. Inside. Might have hit him. Well, not quite. Almost got him. Either way, it's going to put Harris on. That is ball 4. Angel Sanchez has his 4th walk of the game. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification while we have a moment. You're listening to The Curve on the Curve Radio Network. Two-two ball game, top of the 4th inning. Altoona and Erie. Now in the stretch is Angel Sanchez with the runner on first. The first pitch into Miguel Gonzalez. Bunts it back to the right of the mound. Picked up by Sanchez. He fires over to first in time to get Gonzalez. It's a sacrifice bunt. And Brendan Harris moves up to second on the play. 1 away. Curve and SeaWolves tied at 2. Trey Wilson, Mike Passanisi in the booth tonight. Jay Randall back in the studio.
Ready?
Oh, you're gonna tie in this Derby stuff. Let's hear it.
Now coming to the plate, Connor Harrell, part owner of Materiality, who just ran in the Derby.
Is that real?
That's what Gainda told me.
Oh, wow. Well, Connor Harrell tonight owns an 0-1 with a strikeout. First pitch, swings and misses, and it's 0-1.
I'm trying to confirm where his horse finished. Rumor is he finished last.
Harrell out of Houston, Texas. He played for the Vanderbilt Commodores. Pretty good baseball program. Missed a College World Series championship by a year. He was drafted in the 7th round in 2013. The pitch up high for a ball. A ball and a strike on Connor Harrell. Runner at second, Brendan Harris. Erie trying to retake the lead. SeaWolves looking for some offense. They have not had much of that this year. The pitch inside for a ball.
Have you been to Churchill Downs, Trey?
I have been in the area outside of it,
Okay.
Out there near Louisville. I haven't been to the festivities.
Okay.
Just kind of a passing through town. Had to stop and see what you could at least see from outside. Not very much. 2-0 pitch. Tapped back to the mound. Sanchez plays on a big hop. Got to pick it up barehanded. Throws to first, and it's just in time to get Harrell. A nice play from Sanchez. Tougher than it might have initially looked. The play moves Harris up to third, and there are 2 outs. It brings up Harold Castro. Castro, left-handed hitter out of Caracas, Venezuela. 21-year-old second baseman for the SeaWolves. Sanchez working out of the stretch, trying to strand that runner 90 feet away. Harris leading off at third. Pitch clock is down to 5. The pitch. Bunting it back towards the mound is Castro. Picked up barehanded by Sanchez. The throw bounces into first and over the head of Bell. Safe at first on the play is Harris. Or rather is Castro. And coming in to score is Harris. It's the second error of the game on Angel Sanchez. And the SeaWolves have retaken a 3-2 lead.
It's an interesting idea by Erie that Sanchez has had to come off the mound and field it 3 times in a row. I'm sure that's what they were thinking, was that he's had to go out there twice and come off the mound and make a tough play. There's no way he could do it a 3rd time, and unfortunately, they were right.
2 errors on the game. The Curve had gone the last 2 games without an error. First pitch, runner breaks, pitch misses inside, the throw down to second. It's in time. Castro caught stealing on a strike by Sebastian Bae, and the inning comes to a close. 1 run on the frame with no hits, 1 error. Nobody left on for the SeaWolves. It is 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Curve down by 1 on the Curve Radio Network.
Oh, he finished way down there. It's like 15 or something.
Not a. Bottom of the 4th inning, Curve trailing Erie again. It's 3-2 as Stetson Alley, Dan Gamache, and Sebastian Bae trying to tack on some runs against Warwick Soppel. 3-2 SeaWolves. And the first pitch of the inning from Soppel misses inside to Alley. Alley is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Game despite the scoring as this one's hit on the ground out to the second baseman Castro. Flips over to first, and Alley is gone for out number 1. Players have been getting up to the plate quickly. The clock rolling. Haven't hardly had a chance to hear any of anybody's at-bat songs, walk-up songs.
I enjoy that usually.
Me too. They're already all cut to, 10 seconds? 15 seconds.
Sounds right.
15 seconds. The baseball-wide rules. The first pitch comes into Dan Gamache. Misses outside for ball 1. And Gamache with the Jason Aldean walk-up. Typically, I'm not a fan, but I can tolerate that song. Gamache Hits this ball out to left center field. Harrell is racing over, looks up into the sun, and he makes the catch. And there are quickly 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning.
I am not a fan of how Erie scored that run in that last inning, but that's not here nor there. Not that they scored a run. I don't like the way. I felt like it was
cheap.
A borderline cheapened run.
Yeah, the bunt back to the mound, or back up the third baseline, making Sanchez have to play 3 in a row. But you know what? My take on it, the SeaWolves have lost 10 games in a row. You do what you can to score. First pitch to Sebastian Baye, way outside for ball 1.
Like that to me falls into the bunting with there's a no-hitter in the 8th inning on the line. That I put those in the same category.
The unwritten rules category.
Yeah.
I'm an unwritten rules guy. I like the unwritten rules. 1-0 pitch, a strike called in the inside corner. I'm one of the people that Deadspin hates. But that one, again, 10 straight losses for Erie. Can't score anything against a team whose starting staff doesn't give up anything. 1-1 pitch, misses low and away. 2-1 now and by. Sometimes you got to get creative. This is the minor leagues. It is all about development. That play is probably not going to help Harold Castro's development too much in the long run. I'm not a huge fan of it either, but I can understand it. 2-1 pitch, low and away for a ball. 3-1 now on Sebastian Baye. He's 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Oh, no, I know you're not. We agree on this.
I'm offering a counterpoint that I can see, I can understand it.
So can I. I don't have to like it.
Yeah, that. 3-1 pitch. Misses low for ball 4. Third walk of the game by Warwick Soppel. Puts on Sebastian Baye. Up next is Andy Vasquez. Sheds the bat weight, walks up to the plate as Gonzalez is out to talk with Soppel.
Good time to mention that while we've got it here, Curve stole with that double steal in the last inning. Edgar Snyder's going to donate $100 towards Variety, the children's charity, for their Bases for Bikes campaign. So another $100 tonight, at $50 for every steal at home this year for the Curve.
They've been racking them up, too. First pitch to Vasquez. Off the fist, a soft liner right at the shortstop, Harris, who makes the catch. And the inning is over. Curve get 1, a walk to Sebastian Baye, but they leave him at first. Pretty painless inning for Warwick Soppel. 4 innings are in the books, and the Curve trailed Erie 3-2 on the Curve Radio Network.
Congratulations to our neighbors in Youngstown, Pennsylvania. We are the winners of Hockeyville, USA.
4 innings in the books. The Curve trailing the Erie SeaWolves by a score of 3-2. The SeaWolves have the top of the order coming up against Angel Sanchez. And to tell you about whatever's going to happen, we don't know. Here's Mike Passanisi.
One thing we do know, congratulations to Johnstown, Pennsylvania, for being named Hockeyville, USA by Kraft today. That's awesome. We've been following that process for a couple of weeks now for Johnstown as Angel deals to Winton Bernard, the leadoff man. Making ball in there for a strike from Sanchez, 0-1. And today it was announced about 1:30-ish that Johnstown was indeed declared the winner of Hockeyville USA. So they're going to get $150,000 to do some upgrades to the Cambria County War Memorial. And they're also going to get the NHL preseason game, the Penguins and the Lightning, coming up next fall. I think the date was September 29th off the top of my head. That could be wrong, though. This pitch is inside. It's 2 balls and a strike. Two-one pitch to Winton Bernard. Into the air, left center field. Broxton going to have to run a long way to get this one out toward the track. He makes the catch one step onto the track, backpedaling. And there is one out here in the 5th. L8. Well-struck ball by Bernard. He is now 0 for 2. Yeah, Johnstown is the first U.S. city to be named Kraft Hockeyville USA. They did this competition north of the border and named a winner, but Johnstown is the first USA city to win it. First time they had the contest. They beat out Decatur, Illinois. And it is September 29th, Pens and the Lightning. Here's Jeff McBaney, bases clear, Erie leading by 1, each team with just 2 hits, but Erie the beneficiary of an unearned run thus far. Pitch coming in. And it's a strike. Pitch, and it's a strike. Nothing in 2 with 1 out. McBaney waiting. They're going away here in the pitch. He goes with the pitch away and strokes it into center field. That's a base hit. McBaney's now 1 for 3. 3rd hit for Erie. Batter now will be 3-hole hitter in Corey Jones. Jones singled in a run in the 1st and flew to left in the 3rd. Angel trying to work through 5 here after throwing 29 pitches in the 1st inning. He's given up 3 runs. 2 of them are earned. Infield shifted around here a little bit. More so, 3rd baseman Galosh well off the line more than anything. Pitch down and into Corey Jones. 1 ball and no strikes. 5-star Mitsubishi of Altoona out-of-town scoreboard. Pirates lost in St. Louis today 2-1. Another extra innings loss for Pittsburgh. Another one by a run. Pirates affiliates. It's Angel in the stretch. Checks on McBaney at first. Coming home. And it's a strike. Count is now 1-1 on Jones with 1 out here in the 5th. Indianapolis just underway hosting Lehigh Valley. No score, bottom of the 1st inning at Victory Field. Bradenton and the Marauders in the bottom of the 2nd inning in St. Lucie. No score between them and the St. Lucie Mets. 1-1. Nope. Throw to first. And back standing, a little lackadaisically, was McBaney. And then the Power of West Virginia in the bottom of the 1st at Newbridge Bank Park in Greensboro. No score. They take on the Greensboro Grasshoppers. I think they're still a Marlins affiliate. I believe they are. Trey says yes. 1-1 on Jones. Runner stays. The pitch to the plate. A little high. 2 balls and a strike. Someone out in front of the curve bullpen, out stretching down that way. Not sure who it is. Leaning up against the fencing there. Down to the buy here, live here sign in the right field corner. Runner goes, pitches down and in. Baye throws, and that is safe out in second base as McBaney steals it. So they've stolen 2, and Baye's caught 1 tonight. Stolen base for McVaney, his first of the year. Three and one on Corey Jones. One out in the fifth. Erie leading by a run, and they've got a runner in scoring position. Pitch from Angel. Down and in. That's a walk. And that's really what's kind of hurt Angel today has been the walks. This year, Sanchez had walked 2 in 22 and a third. Today, he has walked 5 in 4 and a third. And of the 5, 2 of them have come around to score. Batter now is Dean Green with 1 out in the fifth. He's 1 walk away from matching a career high as Angel Sanchez. He walked 6 twice, last time happening on August 7th, 2013. Pitch. Green taps it foul right at home plate. No balls in the strike. Pretty weird line score here today. 3 runs, 3 hits for Erie. 2 runs, 2 hits for the Curve. Angel trying to work out of this fifth. Pitch on. Down and in. The breaking ball is going to skip to Baye. Runners are going to move up. It's a wild pitch. So now runners at second and third base for Dean Green. It's a 1-1 game. Gamache is going to come near the grass at third. Same for Bell at first. He's on the grass near the cutout. One coming in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike. Two and one on Green, one of Erie's best hitters throughout the season. Two one. Low and in. 3 balls and a strike. Bullpen's going to get up again. Angel for the Curve. Pitch count is now up over 80. 43 strikes and 38 balls for Angel Sanchez. 3 and 1 on Dean Green, and the pitch to him. Checked it on a ball in the dirt, and he goes around. Dean wants an appeal to third. They don't get it. He pointed down at the third base umpire in Alex Tosi, but it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Dean was trying to wiggle out of that. That's Josh Smith warming up in the bullpen for the Curve. Sanchez trying to gut his way through 5 innings here. More off. Now with 2 strikes and a 3-ball, 2-strike count. Goes onto the edge of the outfield grass for Green. Payoff pitch from Angel. Got Green to chase it down and in. Might have been ball 4. Foul it off and stays at 3 and 2. Pretty important at bat here. Curve battled back from a 2-0 lead, scratched away a run in the first and then a run in the third to tie it, only to see Erie go back ahead on a throwing error in the fourth. Angel trying to keep him off the board here in the 5th. The clock ticks down to 2 to 1. And he delivers. And Green sends it into the air. That's fouling out of play. Left side of the ballpark at the terrace level. Three and 2. Green stepping back in. This has been one long at bat here for Dean Green. This will be the 9th pitch of it. Now with time called, that clock will shut off. And stay off until after the next pitch from Sanchez. Pitch. And he hits it high in the air to right field and going quickly down the line and right. And this ball is foul. Thankfully for the Curve. That would have been a 3-run homer for Green, and he might not have missed it by too much. At third base is McBaney. Second base is Corey Jones. Green is the 4th hitter in this inning. Another offering from Angel in the dirt. Walked him. That is a 6th walk for Sanchez. Bases are now loaded. He walked 3 in the 1st, 1 in the 4th, and then 2 more here in the 5th. And Tom Prince is coming out, and I think that this might be the end of the line for Angel Sanchez. Angel at 86 pitches. Tom to talk with the young right-hander here. No motion or move just yet for Smith. He's thrown 87 pitches now, not 86. So Prince is talking with Baye, and now they're going to get Smith. So he does make the move and takes the ball from Angel Sanchez. So we'll have a pitching change here. Toyota called to the bullpen as Sanchez departs with the bases loaded. Curve trailing by a run, 3-2 in the top of the 5th. They'll take a 60-second pitching change timeout on the Curve Radio Network. Top of the 5th, and the Curve have made a pitching change. Josh Smith in. Toyota called to the bullpen. Angel Sanchez, 4 2/3, 3 hits, but 6 walks and 2 strikeouts, and he leaves with 87 pitches to his credit. What do we know about Josh Smith, Mr. Wilson?
Josh Smith out of Wichita State, 25th rounder in 2012. He's a Missouri native, 25 years old this year. Off to a rocky start, 0-2 the record, 13.50 the ERA. He's allowed 12 earned runs in 8 innings out of the bullpen. Stark contrast to his 2014 efforts with the Bradenton Marauders when he went 4-2 in 35 relief appearances with a 1.93 ERA. So he's trying to find that same magic that he had last year in the Florida State League.
Smith in here in a very tough spot to face a right-handed hitting Wade Gaynor. Go to the lefty. And the pitch coming in, and Gaynor takes inside ball 1.
Smith has had some trouble finding the strike zone. He's walked 9 so far this year in his 8 innings, but the last outing that he had was his best so far, 2 scoreless innings against Akron. Only had 1 walk.
Pitch here, and this ball sliced down the left field line, and that is going to be foul. One ball and 1 strike on Wade Gaynor. Pitch coming. Swinging a chopping ball to second. Gift might be able to turn 2. He'll flip to second for 1. The back into first. Got him, and the inning is over. Josh Smith helps Angel Sanchez tap dance out of a precarious situation in the 5th as he'll get the double play ball and get out of the inning with just the 1-run deficit. We'll go to the home half of 5. It is 3-2. Erie leads on the Curve Radio Network. Take over. I got a pitch clock problem.
Gotcha. Heading to the bottom of the 5th inning, the Curve trailing the Erie SeaWolves 3-2 on the Curve Radio Network. Halfway through tonight's game, the Curve looking for some late hits. They've had trouble today getting base hits against Warwick Soppold, who has had a lot of trouble this year, including last time he faced the Curve when he gave up 7 runs on 10 hits. Didn't make it out of the 5th that day, but much stronger today. Soppold will face Ngope, Broxton, and Moroff. First pitch to Gift misses outside for ball 1. Gift is 0 for 1 in this game. Flat out to right field the last time he came up. The pitch coming. Ground ball up the middle and into center field. A base hit for Ngope. Gift needed that when he was 0 for his last 8 at the plate. Just the 3rd hit of the game for the Curve as the lineup turns back over for Keon Broxton. No at-bats in the game so far for Keon. 2 plate appearances. He walked in both of them. Back to the stretch goes Soppold. Good speed over at first, then Gift Ngope. And the first pitch, Broxton swings and fouls it back off the screen, 0-1. Broxton has scored both of Altoona's runs tonight after scoring both of Altoona's runs last night. Long stare in. The pitch clocks are off right now. The problem that they are working to sort out. Pickoff throw over to first, and Ngope is back in. Gift has yet to steal a base this year. He does have 2 tries on the year. He's been caught both times. His next stolen base will be the 80th of his minor league career for the South African native. 0-1, the count on Broxton. The pitch from Soppold. Pitch outs and no go at first base from Gifton Gope holding. And the count evens on Broxton at 1-1. The hold and the pitch. Low and inside, 2 balls and a strike on Keon. Broxton, a rare hitless game 2 days ago against Akron. Bounced back with a 2-for-4 night last night. Pitch clock back up and moving again. It's currently down to 2. Soppold's pitch. Strike called at the knees, and Gope, or rather Broxton, a quick stare back to Peterson, and then looks down to third base, the coaching box for Tom Prince, and moves forward, getting ready to take this 2-2 pitch upcoming from Soppold. Instead, a pickoff throw over to first, and Gope diving back in just ahead of the tag from Gaynor. It's a pretty good pickoff move over to first from Soppold. Two balls and 2 strikes on Keon Broxton. And the pitch. Broxton about a third of a swing as he takes low and away for ball 3. The count is full. I wonder, we'll see Ngope take off with this pitch and try to avoid a potential double play. Broxton, the Florida native, 3rd round pick of the Arizona Diamondbacks back in 2009. Another pickoff throw to first, and again Ngope dives back in. Full counts on Keon Broxton. Gift leading over at first. The 3-2 pitch. Ngope goes. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Throw to second is in time. Strike him out. Throw him out. Double play. Ngope caught stealing as Broxton struck out chasing ball 4. And just like that, the bases are empty and there are 2 outs. More off coming up. He's 2 for 2 today. A couple of singles into left field. The switch hitter batting left-handed takes the first pitch inside for ball 1. Firing in, Soppold misses low and in for ball 2. More off, like Broxton, out of Florida, Maitland, Florida, his hometown. The 2-0 pitch. Line drive, center field, falls in, a base hit. Moroff is 3 for 3 tonight. 1 bounce in front of Winton Bernard, who throws back in. Max has 3 of the 4 hits tonight for the Curve. And the Curve get a 2-out base runner. Here comes Josh Bell, who has an RBI, though he is 0 for 2 tonight. Excuse me, he's 0 for 1. Last time up, a sacrifice fly to center field to, at the time, tie the game 2-2. Now, if he can find a gap, Moroff may be able to hustle around from first. But just trying to keep the inning going. The first pitch to Bell misses up and inside for ball 1. Another switch hitter batting left-handed against the right-handed pitcher. Bell with the open stance. Very different swings from whichever side of the plate he's on. The pitch in, caught a strike on the inside corner. And the count evens at 1-1. Bell taking that one. Southwood working out of the stretch, 1 on with 2 away here in the bottom of the 5th. 3-2 lead for Erie. The pitch drops out of the zone, 2-1. Bell's got the average up to 373 this year. Leads the Eastern League. A hold in the 2-1. Inside again. And it's 3 balls and a strike on Bell. The very good news for those tracking Josh Bell, he only has 7 strikeouts through his first 77 at-bats. The strikeout numbers had been high for him, a bit higher in the earlier parts of his career, but he has made solid contact this year. 3-1 pitch, just off the outside corner, and that's ball 4. The Curve trying to spark a 2-out rally. As the 4th walk issued by Warwick Southwold to go along with the 4 hits, and now Big Willie Garcia coming to the plate, 0 for 2, but a chance to tie this game up or more with 2 outs here in the 5th. Trying to take Angel Sanchez off the hook for the loss. No Curve starting pitcher has lost a game yet this year. If Sanchez can at the least come off the hook, that streak will stand. First pitch to Garcia. Line drive, center field. Ranging over is Winton Bernard, and he makes the catch on the run to retire the side. Solid contact from Garcia, but the Curve strand a pair here in the bottom of the 5th inning with a couple of hits and a walk on the frame. 3-2 Erie leading as we head to the 6th on the Curve Radio Network.
Shortstop, Brandon Harris.
Erie SeaWolves leading over the Altoona Curve as we head to the 6th inning. Trey Wilson with Mike Passanisi. Stepping in to start off the inning is Brennan Harris for the Tigers-affiliated SeaWolves. First pitch of the frame from Smith misses inside for ball 1. Josh Smith doing good work to work out of the jams. Came in last inning with the bases loaded and just 1 out. Got a double play out of Wade Gaynor. 1-0 pitch. Outside for ball 2-0. The Woos have started here at People's Natural Gas Field. Not typically an Altoona staple. It's a different ballpark in this league where you normally hear that. 2-0 on the way to Harris. Outside ball 3. Great crowd on hand tonight. Into the windup, the pitch coming from Smith, and it misses inside for ball 4. A 4-pitch walk, leadoff walk, to start the top of the 6th for the SeaWolves. 7th walk overall issued by Curve pitching tonight. And up next comes Miguel Gonzalez. First pitch from Smith. Letter high strike on the outside corner from the lefty. Into the right-handed batter Gonzalez. It's 0-1. Smith trying to settle in on this 2015 season. The pitch, swing and a miss. Off speed, and out in front was Gonzalez. Look to first, and a pickoff throw over to first. Back in and at the bag is Brendan Harris. Harris over at first base, the former William & Mary baseball player. The pitch comes in, swing and a miss by Gonzalez. And he's gone on strikes. It's strike 3. Third strikeout of the night for curve pitching, and the first issued by Josh Smith. Brings up Connor Harrell. Righty facing the lefty, the former Vanderbilt Commodore, takes the first pitch from Smith, a strike across the outside corner, 0-1. A long hold from Smith, and he steps off. And with it, the pitch clock will be wiped clean. Leg kick and the pitch, swing and a miss. Nothing in 2 on Harrell. More off-speed stuff coming in from Smith. Counts 0-2. Looking for his second strikeout of the inning. Oh, 2. Grounded out to short, might be 2, and go paid. More off. On to Bell. 6-4-3, the double play. And the side is retired. Second straight inning with a 6-4-3 double play issued by Josh Smith and his defense. We will march on to the bottom of the 6th. Curve trailing Erie 3-2 on the Curve Radio Network. I said the 6th. Maybe I did. I don't know. I'm not very good if you haven't figured that out yet. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Five and a half innings through tonight as we go to the bottom of the 6th. 3-2 the score. Erie leading the night has come to an end for Warwick Soppold. The best night that he's had on the mound so far this year. He departs in line for a victory with his SeaWolves up 3-2. 5 innings pitched tonight. He gave up 2 runs, both earned. 4 hits and 4 walks and 3 strikeouts. He's replaced by Ryan Perry. right-hander into the game for the SeaWolves. Ryan Perry out of Sonoma, California, a former Washington Nationals farmhand. Spent some time playing for the Harrisburg Senators in this league. Going back 2013 and 14, both of those years with Harrisburg. Ryan Perry out of the University of Arizona tonight will be his first appearance in 2015. Just recently added out of extended spring training. The first pitch of his night into Stetson Alley is called a strike 0-1. Alley, Gamache, and Baye for the curve. Start off the night for Ryan Perry, the first-round pick of the Tigers back in 2008. The pitch, strike on the outside corner again, and it's 0-2. Hold, and it bounces in too low. Perry spent some time with the Detroit Tigers, 36 games in the major leagues in 2011. And then he spent 7 games in the big leagues with the Washington Nationals in 2012. 1-2 the count. The pitch from Perry. Ground ball foul from Alley. Count stays at 1-2. Alley at the plate tonight. He is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out. Perry's 1-2 pitch. Popped up shallow. Center field now back on the infield. The shortstop Harris is there, and he makes the catch right next to the second base bag. And there's one out to start the bottom of the 6th inning. So up comes Dan Gamache. Perry actually spent 3 years in total in the majors with the Detroit Tigers. He has played 156 major league games in his career. As he delivers the first pitch to Dan Gamache, left-handed batter, takes low and inside for ball 1. Actually pitched with the Tigers in the American League Division Series in 2011 and in the ALCS against the Rangers. Made 5 playoff appearances that year. The pitch outside for a ball. 2-0 on Dan Gamache. Comes up 0 for 2 in tonight's game with a couple of flyouts the other way to left. The pitch low and inside for a ball. 3-0 now on Gamache. Likely be taking this next one. The hold and the pitch. A strike right down the middle. Perry works out of the stretch even with nobody on. Here's the 3-1. Ground ball up the first baseline, foul. The count is full on Gamache. Perry was the 21st overall pick in the 2008 draft. Signed 5 days after the draft out of Arizona with the Tigers. Well, the Tigers shipped him off to the Washington Nationals in 2011 during the offseason between the 11 and 2012 season. Payoff to Gamache, chopped over to first. High bounce picked up by Gaynor, tags the bag, and there are 2 away. 3 unassisted, the ground out for Gamache. And it brings up Sebastian Baye. Perry was actually shipped off to the Nationals for current curve pitcher Colin Ballister. It was a 2-player trade, 1 for each team. Ballister going to the Tigers, Perry going to the Nats. First pitch to Baye is a knee-high strike on the outside corner. 0-1 as Perry looks for a 1-2-3 6th inning. The Tigers obviously wanted him back. They signed him this year. to a minor league deal in February. Baye takes a rip and fouls it off down the left field side. Perry was once a highly touted prospect for the Tigers. Obviously, he was a first-round pick, made it all the way up to the big leagues and stayed there for a while. The pitch outside, just off the outside corner. It's 0-2 on Sebastian Baye. The 1-2 inside, missed for ball to square the count up. We get to the 7th inning. We'll take a look at the 5-star Mitsubishi of Altoona out-of-town scoreboard, see how the rest of the Pirates org is doing. Take a look at the rest of the Eastern League as well. 2-2 pitch to Baye. Bounced it, and it rolls up the third base line. Counts full. 3-2 with 2 outs, nobody on. In the bottom of the 6th inning, the Curve trailing Erie. It's 3-2. The pitch, ground ball stabbed off the ground by Perry, rather. He will take a few steps over to first, flips underhand to Gaynor, and the side is retired. The Curve go down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 6th inning. On to the 7th we go. 3-2 Erie leading on the Curve Radio Network. Three-2 Erie leading through 6 innings tonight as we reach the top of the 7th inning. The Curve looking for some offense, but first need another 0 on the board from Josh Smith. His first pitch of the inning is into Harold Castro, swings and hits it on the ground out to first. Josh Bell plays and tags the bag himself. And there's quickly 1 out on 1 pitch to start this top of the 7th inning. Smith still looking a little bit wild, having some trouble at times locating his fastball, but he's zeroing back in, trying to get back to the form that he had a year ago after what has been a really tough start. Hopefully his worst days of the season are behind him. His first pitch on the way to Winton Bernard. Misses for ball 1. Smith is much sharper tonight than at other times this year. 1-0 pitch. Outside for a ball, 2-0. And he has worked out of some jams, a couple of double plays issued in the 2 innings that he has been a part of. 2-0 pitch. Line drive into left center field. That's a base hit for Bernard. He's taking a turnaround first. Coming up with it is Broxton. The throw into second. The tag not in time. just ahead of the throw. Slides in Winton Bernard with a one-out double. And a runner in scoring position as the SeaWolves try to stretch this lead. Bernard was thinking 2 all the way. And he got it by maybe a hair of a second. And up comes Jeff McVaney. That's another quick at-bat for Bernard. Again, just 2 pitches. He hasn't given us much time to talk about the road that has led him to Double-A with the Erie SeaWolves and the Tigers organization. We'll have a chance later. Moroff covering the second base bag, comes in, and then drops back as Smith steps off and looks back Bernard. And the pitch from Smith. A strike on the outside corner to Jeff McVaney. 1 for 3 tonight. 0-1. McVaney picked up out of Texas State. He's a native of South Carolina. The pitch downstairs, 1-1. Hitting .286 this year. That's one of the best batting averages on this Erie team. Team hitting just over 200 entering this series. The 1-1 pitch. Check swing on a ball low and away, 2-1. McVaney is one of the rare right-handed hitter, left-handed batters. Rather, right-handed hitter, left-handed throwers. Two-1, runner breaks for third. Hit in the air to center field. Charging in Broxton. Bernard is all the way over at third. Broxton makes the catch, and Bernard is already just walking back to the dugout. Keon throws into the second base bag. Moroff applies the tag, and the double play ends the inning. A line out to center by Jeff McVaney. Bernard was off and running with the pitch. It had no chance to get back to the bag. So unconventionally, 3 up, 3 down, go the SeaWolves in the top of the 7th inning. It's time to stretch at People's Natural Gas Field, and the Curve needs some runs, down 3-2 on the Curve Radio Network. Yes, sir. Thank you for the reminder.
Time for the 7th inning stretch. While you're up, stretch them out. Let's hear you sing along.
Curve down 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning in just a moment. Just had the playing of God Bless America here at People's Natural Gas Field. Got Take Me Out to the Ball Game tune playing now. Gives us a moment to take a look at the 5-star Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. Pirates already lost today. Pittsburgh on the road in St. Louis for the second straight day. Lost to the Cardinals on an extra inning walk-off hit. Pirates dropping to 12-12 on the year. The Cardinals are 17-6, 11 games over 500, one of the best records in all of baseball. Nobody, though, with a better record right now than the Houston Astros, which is unexpected. Looking around some more of the Pirates organization tonight. In Indianapolis, the AAA Indians are down 4-1 right now in the top of the fourth inning. Lehigh Valley tacking on even more than that lead. Just plated another run. Down in the Florida State League, the Bradenton Marauders are trailing 5-0 at St. Lucie. A couple of 11 and 11 teams. They are in the bottom of the fourth inning at the moment. And right now in Greensboro, North Carolina, the Grasshoppers, Miami Marlins affiliated squad in the South Atlantic League, are leading the Pirates affiliated, or rather, are tied 0-0, no score with the Pirates affiliated West Virginia Power. Five-star Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. Look through the Pirates organization. Still have some time. Take a look at the rest of the Eastern League on the five-star Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. Right now in the bottom of the sixth inning in Reading, the Portland Sea Dogs and the Fightin' Phils are tied up 1-1. In Bowie, Maryland, the Bowie Bayhawks leading 2-1 over the Harrisburg Senators. They are in the top of the sixth inning. No score in New Britain, the Rock Cats and the Richmond Flying Squirrels. Also no score right now in Trenton, New Jersey, the Thunder and the Akron Rubber Ducks. They're in the top of the fourth inning. One final score from earlier today, the Binghamton Mets defeated the New Hampshire Fisher Cats 2-1. All runs in that game scored in the fifth inning. Before we start this inning, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Curve Radio Network. My bad. First pitch into Andy Vasquez to start the bottom of the seventh inning is a called strike from Perry. Ryan Perry delivering in. Vasquez chops it up the first baseline, rolling right along the line. It's picked up in foul ground by Gaynor. And the count goes to 0-2. 3-2, the Erie SeaWolves leading over the Altoona Curve. Trey Wilson with you tonight. Mike Pastanisi also around. And Jay back at the studio getting us on air tonight. 0-2 the count on Andy Vasquez. He is 0-4-2 tonight. Pitch from Perry bounces the curveball in the dirt. Ball and a strike. Ryan Perry in his minor league career, 11-16 with a 4.14 ERA. This is his 106th minor league game. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fly ball hit well back to center field. Bernard giving chase. Ranges over to his right, and he makes the catch on the run just shy of the warning track. At one of the deepest parts of this ballpark. Vasquez is down for the first out. Brings up the number 9 hitter Gifting Gope, 1 for 2 tonight. Perry has actually played more major league games than minor league games. 156 major league appearances for him, but none since all the way back in 2012. He gets ready to deliver in to Ngope. First pitch, low and outside with the fastball, ball one. Keon Broxton in the on-deck circle, trying to get another chance to come up here and maybe start another curve rally. If the pitch comes into Ngope, swing and a miss, a ball and a strike. And say that not because Ngope can't start a rally, but because Broxton, every time he has gotten on base the last couple of days, he has come around to score. Just playing the percentages. Catcher Gonzalez sets up outside. The 1-1 pitch comes inside and a bit low. Count goes to 2-1. Curve down 3-2 in the bottom half of the seventh inning. The 2-1 from Perry. Outside, ball 3. And Gope's trying to get on for the second time tonight. Curve bullpen is quiet. Looks like we very well may see Josh Smith back out for another inning. 3-1 pitch, and Gope takes a strike at the knees on the outside corner. And the count's full on the Altoona shortstop. Payoff pitch. Outside, ball 4. And Gope will trot down on the free pass. 5th walk issued by the pitching staff of Erie tonight. And here comes Keon Broxton. 0 for 1, 2 walks, 2 runs scored, and a strikeout tonight for the Curve center fielder.
Center fielder, Keon Broxton.
Broxton a long stare down to the manager, Tom Prince, back in the third base coaching box. Rather, about 20 feet, maybe 15 feet behind the third base coaching box. Pitch clock reset a moment ago, 10 seconds ago, I should say. It's now down to 8, rolling along. And the pitch in from Perry, swinging a foul back. It's 0-1. SeaWolves leading 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th. Trying to end a 10-game losing streak. A streaky Erie team. Some action starting up in the pen. Some light tossing from a left-hander. The pitch, low and inside to Ngope. And it's 1-1. Erie just got pretty much a whole new bullpen. They had 8 roster moves yesterday, which is usually a lot for one day for an entire organization. A lot of moves happening for the SeaWolves. Long hold from Perry and the 1-1 pitch, and Gope runs a swing and a foul ball up into the seats and out of play by Broxton. The count moves to 1-2. The Erie calling up a couple of relievers from Lakeland, the Class A affiliate down in the Florida State League, the Advanced A affiliate. They sent Slade Smith down. Ryan Perry, who's in right now, was activated off of the disabled list. Here comes his 1-2 to Broxton. Strike 3 call to the inside corner, and Broxton knew it immediately. 2 outs. First strikeout of the night for Ryan Perry. And it's up to Max Moroff to try to spark a rally here in the 7th. And Brennan Smith was brought up to Erie yesterday from Class A Lakeland. Dean Green, the hitter, brought back off the DL. Reliever, a lefty, Joe Rogers, was brought up from Lakeland as the first pitch comes in to Moroff, misses for ball 1. And right-handed reliever Zach Reininger also caught up from the Flying Tigers in Lakeland. The pitch misses inside. And it's 2 balls and no strikes on Max Moroff. Two 2-0, 2 outs. Runner on first is Gifting Gope. Max Moroff at the plate, 3 for 3 with 3 singles tonight. Pitch, a fastball, catches the outside corner for strike 1. Also on the moves yesterday for the SeaWolves, a couple of players released. Omar Duran let go by the Detroit Tigers, as was Casper Wells. Pickoff throw over to first. Back in is Ngope. Beautiful night here at People's Natural Gas Field. 2-1 count right now on Max Moroff, looking for his 4th hit of the game. Curve down 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th. Ngope goes. The pitch outside. The throw down to second is high and into center field. Right there for it is Bernard, and Ngope takes off for third. And Bernard, not chancing it, just tosses it into the shortstop Harris. Stolen base on the play for Gifting Ngope, his first of the season, the 80th of his minor league career. And he moves up to third on the E2, first error of the game against the Erie SeaWolves. And now, with a 3-1 count on Max Moroff, a base hit definitely ties the game. Moroff locked in. Pulls the visor of his helmet down low. Ngope dancing off at third. The pitch, swing, and a foul back off the screen. It's 3-2. Full count with 2 outs on Max Moroff. Gift Ngope at third. Curve trying to tie this game at 3 and take Angel Sanchez off the hook. The payoff pitch. Low for ball 4. Maybe a bit outside as well. And the Curve have runners on the corners for Josh Bell. Second walk of the inning. 6th overall today, worked by the offense of the Curve. And here comes Bell. Bell 0 for 1. 2 RBIs today. An RBI fielder's choice ground out in the first, a sac fly in the third, and a walk last time up. Visit out to the mound coming from the Tigers, former Tigers closer, and the Erie SeaWolves pitching coach Mike Henneman. Excuse me, that's actually Lance Parrish. The manager coming out, not calling for a pitching change, the entire infield who comes to join them on the mound. So the manager visit for the first visit of the inning. Lance Parrish, another former Tiger. The manager of the SeaWolves, and as he comes in, he's having a word with the home plate umpire, Brian Peterson, as well. Infielders returning to their spots. Back behind the plate goes Gonzalez, and here comes Josh Bell. By the way, Lance Parrish is a Pennsylvania native in his home state for this series. Obviously, while with the SeaWolves as well. First pitch to Bell, a check swing. He went around, strike 1. Crowd didn't care for that call. Get a few groans from this great crowd tonight at P&G Field. Bell, the switch hitter, batting left-handed. The open stance. The 0-1 pitch from Perry. Line foul down the third baseline and out of play. Counts 0-2 on Bell. Perry way ahead in the count, but Bell has been a great contact hitter this year, trying to tie the game. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a foul ball sprayed down the left field line and out of play. Bell now with 10 RBIs on the season, looking for number 11. The 0-2 pitch. Fly ball back to center field. Winton Bernard is right there for it. Had to make about 4 steps to his left, and he makes the catch to retire the side. Runners stranded on the corners for the Curve in the bottom of the 7th inning as we march on to the 8th. Altoona is trailing 3-2 on the Curve Radio Network.
Register online at EnvisionLASIK.com for your opportunity to win free LASIK. Thanks to Envision Laser Centers. Down to the field we go for tonight's Envision race. Robbie Ginn.
Thank you very much, birthday boy. Let's give a hand to Rich Toledo. His birthday today. Voice of P&G Field. All right, also a quick hand, although she deserves more than that for being an intern for us for the past 4 months. She's going to head back to Philadelphia now with her semester done. Monica Pope down here with Adam. Let's give her a hand for her work with the Curve. All right. Thank you, Monica. Jim Bob is on the outside lane. Tyler is on the inside lane. And we got a brand new game called the Diaper Dash for the Envision prize. Okay, the guys are going to go down. They're going to get a diaper up the child, and then head back down here. First one to get back to me is the winner of the Diaper Dash. Ready, set, go! All right, Jim Bob. Here we go. Looks like Tyler's got the other on the inside lane. Let's see how good these guys are. Put on a diaper. We do have the in-between innings clock, fellas.
Heading to the 8th inning, Altoona trailing Erie 3-2. Josh Smith still on the bump. Hoping for his third full inning. Some action has just started in the Altoona bullpen. The beautiful full moon tonight at P&G Field. First pitch of the inning to left-handed hitting Corey Jones. Squares for a bunt, pulls back and takes ball one. 3-2 Erie, top of the 8th inning. Wind up from Smith. The pitch misses for ball two. Pretty close to the outside corner at the knees. Smith wasting no time. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a pop-up, shallow center field. Back goes the second baseman Moroff. Still dancing in the air with it, and Gope calls him off, and Gift makes the catch for the out. Down goes Corey Jones, and up comes Dean Green with one out, nobody on. Curve have kept Green in check for this series so far. The SeaWolves leading hitter this year, though he has only played in 11 games because he spent some time on the disabled list. The Oklahoma native. Lefty versus lefty. Smith trying to get through this top left-handed part of the order. The pitch, a strike call to the outside corner, 0-1. Green was 0 for 4 last night. His batting average fell about 100 points to 389. Or excuse me, to 368. The 0-1 pitch, inside. Green tried to lean into it, but it went right past his leg. Smith's 1-1 pitch. Skips in the dirt, 2-1. Green drafted in the 11th round in 2011 out of Barry University. Two-one pitch. Chopped out to second. Played by Max Moroff. Up with it and on to first. Two gone. In the top of the 8th inning, up comes Wade Gaynor. Gaynor tonight is 0 for 3. He's popped out twice. Also bounced into a double play. And out to the mound comes Tom Prince. That looks like it's going to end the night for Josh Smith, and a good one it was. Smith came in the 5th inning and worked out of a jam. Got a double play to get out of a bases-loaded jam. Got another double play in the 6th. Got a double play in the 7th. And throws himself together 3 scoreless innings tonight. We'll tell you who's coming in for him in just a moment. Actually, we'll tell you now. It's Colin Ballister on this Toyota call to the bullpen. We'll take a break while Ballister gets ready. Curve down 3-2 in the 8th inning on the Curve Radio Network. Toyota call to the bullpen. Colin Ballister now in the game for the Curve. Takes over for Josh Smith. Smith worked 3 1/3, gave up 1 hit, no runs. Walked one and had one strikeout. Ballister gets ready to face Wade Gaynor with 2 outs and nobody on here in the top of the 8th inning. Curve down 3-2 to the Erie SeaWolves. And Ballister's first pitch of the night misses outside for ball 1. Gaynor at the plate, 0 for 3. Ballister's 1-0 pitch. Line drive into left field, a base hit. A couple of skips in front of Garcia, who had a range over to his right. Quickly throws it into Ngope. No thoughts about second for Gaynor. He's got a 2-out single to start off the night for Colin Ballister on the mound. Ballister, 6'4", out of Huntington Beach, California. 4th round pick of the Montreal Expos back in 2004. This year for Altoona, his 7th appearance. No record, a 2.45 ERA. 3 saves for him on the year as well in 5 tries. First pitch skips down low for ball 1 to Brendan Harris. Ballister started out the year with AAA Indianapolis, pitched 3 scoreless innings, allowing 1 hit over 2 games. Harris coming up to the plate. He is 1 for 1 tonight. RBI single back in the first inning since he has walked, scored a run, and then walked again. Ballister steps over to first, a pickoff throw. Back in diving is Gaynor. Brendan Harris at the plate. He is 34 years old. Another major league vet for this Erie team. The pitch coming in, taking. The runner goes, throw down to second. Not in time. Sliding in safely is Wade Gaynor with the stolen base against Sebastian Baye and Colin Ballister. Now runner in scoring position for Harris. Brendan Harris out of the College of William & Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. A few other baseball players have come out of that school. Bill Bray, the first one that comes to mind. Spent some time in the big leagues. As did Harris. 2-0 pitch to him. Up and inside, almost hit him. He spun out of the way, and it's now 3-0. Harris was originally a Cubs draft pick back in 2001 in the 5th round. Made his MLB debut at 23 years old in 2004. Went 1 for 3 at Wrigley Field against the Brewers. Pitch fired in from Ballister. Strike called on the outside corner, and it's now 3-1. In the big leagues, Brendan Harris played for the Cubs, the Montreal Expos, the Washington Nationals, Cincinnati Reds, Tampa Bay Devil Rays at the time in 2007. 3 years the Minnesota Twins, and most recently with the LA Angels. The pitch, strike called on the inside corner. Harris back to the plate. He thought that was ball 4. Harris, a .256 hitter in the big leagues, 33 career home runs for him. Here this year with the AA Erie SeaWolves, hitting .283 entering play tonight. He has a full count right now with 2 outs. The pitch from Ballister. Ball 4, low and outside. And I believe a balk is being called. What's the call here? Back to the plate coming is Brendan Harris. Over to third base goes Wade Gaynor. And yes, that was the call. It is a balk, as signaled by the home plate umpire, Brian Peterson. So Ballister with the first balk, I believe, against curve pitching this year. But he gets another chance to try to sit down Harris and end this inning. Up to third base goes Wade Gaynor. Ballister shakes off a couple signs from Baye and now sets. 3-2 with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Ground ball, foul. Bounced up into the seats down the first baseline, and the count stays full on Harris. The set and the payoff pitch. Low in the dirt, ball 4, stopped by Baye. Ballister walks Brendan Harrison. There are runners on first and third with 2 outs for the SeaWolves. 8th walk of the night issued by the Curve. I believe the most that Altoona has issued this year is 10 walks. So Miguel Gonzalez, the catcher, is up next. Curve catcher Sebastian Baye flashing some signs to the infield out in front of the plate. Most walks in a game, yes. 10 walks by the Curve on a game here at P&G Field against Akron earlier this year. First pitch to Gonzalez. Swings, chops it out to short. Backhand stop by Ngope. Sets and throws to first just in time to get Gonzalez. And Ballister, with a lot of help from Gift Ngope, works out of the jam in the top of the 8th. 2 left on for the SeaWolves. Curve down 3-2 with 6 outs left to work with. Let's go to the bottom of the 8th on the Curve Radio Network. Didn't have a chance to get him. Harris had too good of a start, and he had to kind of stop. Gift did. Plus, Gonzalez is a catcher. Yeah, a little bit slower. It would have been too close. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I was trying to listen to the score. What did you say? Oh, yeah, it was pretty close, but that was the best chance he probably had. Rabowski. On to the 8th inning we go. Bottom of the 8th inning. Curve trailing 3-2 to the Erie SeaWolves in a Toyota call to the bullpen. The SeaWolves turning from one Ryan to another. The night over for Ryan Perry. Now into the game is the Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania native, Ryan Rabowski. Rabowski drafted in the 15th round in 2009 by the Arizona Diamondbacks out of ODU, not Old Dominion, but Ohio Dominican University. 27-year-old. Rabowski with his fantastic mustache on the season. Started out with AAA Toledo, now with Erie, making his second appearance for the SeaWolves. Pitched 2 scoreless innings against Bowie last week. Gets ready to face Willie Garcia. First pitch to Garcia, misses outside for ball 1. Curve need at least a run, down 3-2 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Garcia, Alley, and Gamache to try to get something going against Rabowski. The pitch misses low, bounces up, and hits Brian Peterson, the umpire. And Peterson's going to need a second to catch his breath. Gonzalez walks out to chat with Rabowski. Peterson, the ball bounced between the legs of Gonzalez. And Peterson took the worst possible contact that he could have gotten from it. His colleagues coming in to check on him. Alex Tossi in from third base, Dan Merzel in from first. And the Curve trainer, Drew Scott, has also come out to take a look at Peterson, who was upstanding and walking that one off. Now everybody getting ready to go back to their spots. Willie Garcia at the dish when this inning continues on. There's a plug on the video board right now for Saturday Night Live night, SNL night, tribute to SNL night coming up on Monday here at P&G Field. The first game of the Curve series against the Richmond Flying Squirrels. Everybody ready to go. Rabowski's pitch. Strike called on the outside corner. It's 2-1 now on Willie Garcia. 0-4-3 tonight. The pitch. Garcia chops it out to short. Harris over to his left. Plays on 2 hops and throws to first. In time. 1 away. Final line for Ryan Perry out of the pen. 2 innings, no runs, no hits. Walked 2 and struck out 1.
Designated hitter, Stetson Alley.
Perry picks up a hold tonight, regardless of how the rest of this game plays out. Here comes Stetson Alley, 0-for-3. Flied out last time. He's also grounded out once and struck out once. First pitch misses outside for ball 1. Firing in is Rabowski. Misses downstairs for ball 2. 2-0 now on Stetson Alley. Alley with the kind of power that could certainly tie this game in a heartbeat. This pitch misses way upstairs, ball 3. Likely taking the pitch. Off the outside corner, ball 4. It's a 4-pitch walk to Alley. The Curve have a base runner here in the 8th. 7th walk the Curve have worked tonight. 1 on with 1 out. Then up comes Dan Gamache, also 0-for-3 tonight. Left-handed batter getting ready to face the lefty Rabowski with 1 out. Infield setting up in double play depth. Curve down 3-2, bottom of the 8th inning. Rabowski sets, kicks, and throws. Just missed the outside corner, and out to chat with Rabowski comes Gonzalez. Dan Gamache at the dish, the former Auburn Tiger. His bat has yet to really get going this year. Average at .069 coming in. He's playing in his 13th game of the season. The pitch comes in, and it's fouled back by Gamache, 1-1. Last year for Gamache, he played at 5 different levels in the Pirates organization. A lot of that rehabbing and injury. 46 games overall for Danny at .272. A couple of games in the GCL. Spent some time with the Jamestown Jammers, the New York-Penn League, their final season. Up to West Virginia, Bradenton, and then 39 games with Altoona last year. Off the mound steps Rabowski, and now comes back. One pitch to Gamache. Bounces low and away. Gonzalez, a nice stop. Kicks it up to the third baseline and looks back Stetson Alley. The count's 2-1. Gamache at the plate. Sebastian Baye on deck. Curve trying to avoid losing to Erie for the first time this year. Trying to avoid a starting pitcher losing for the first time this year. 2-1 pitch. Gamache swings and pops it up foul and out of play. Down the third baseline and into the seats. Count evens at 2-2. As it stands right now, Angel Sanchez in line for the loss. The Curve pitching staff through the first 19 games this year, the starting pitching staff, has posted a record of 9-0. 2-2. Gamache takes strike 3 called. The inside corner at the knees. Turns back and slowly walks to the dugout, 2 away. First strikeout for Ryan Rabowski. Here comes Sebastian Baye. Baye 0-for-2, a strikeout, a walk, and a ground out tonight. 1 homer and 5 runs driven in, hitting .285 on the season.
First pitch by a takes low and in, ball one. Stetson Alley at first, curve down 3-2, bottom of the 8th inning. The hold and the 1-0 pitch. Off speed, called a strike on the outside corner. The hook from Hrabowski. 1-1. 1-1 pitch coming. Taken downstairs, ball two. One pitch. Bae swings and fouls it back over the screen up into the seats. Even the count at 2-2. Sebastian Bae with the count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Stetson Alley walked earlier this inning. He's standing just off the first base bag. He runs, lifting the leg was Hrabowski, and time was called somewhere. Well, Alley may have tipped his hand. They set back up. Bae at the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Alley at first. Hrabowski throws over to first, and Alley is back in. The set, and another pickoff throw over to first. Alley wasn't very far off the bag. Two balls, 2 strikes on Bae. The pitch. Chopped out to second, should end the inning. Hops up on Castro. He recovers and throws to first. And Bae is sat down for the 3rd out. 1 left on for the Curve in the bottom of the 8th inning. And Altoona still trails 3-2. We head to the 9th on the Curve Radio Network. Colin Ballister back out on the mound for the Curve as we head to the 9th inning. Altoona trailing Erie 3-2. Curve Radio Network. Trey Wilson, Mike Passanisi, Jay Randall back at the studio tonight for us. The Curve trying to avoid dropping a game to Erie for the first time this year. Colin Ballister, the reliever, works from the stretch even with nobody on in his first pitch of the inning. Hit on the ground by Connor Harold is short. Backhand stop by Ngope. Throws to first. 1 away. Harold sat down on 1 pitch. Brings up Harold Castro. Castro tonight is 0 for 3, reached base one time on an error. First pitch to Castro, a strike call on the inside corner, 0-1. Ballister ahead in the count, delivers. Curveball, didn't break very much, stayed high and outside, 1-1. Skies have darkened all the way now as the 1-1 pitch comes in. Misses upstairs, 2-1. Last night's game was so fast, it was over before the sun was all the way set. First pitch at 6 o'clock. The game was done by 8:04. 2-1 pitch. Fly ball back to right field. Vasquez is racing back towards the warning track, and he reaches up to make the catch for out number 2. Harold Castro flies out. Tonight's game starting to approach that 3-hour mark after the brisk game we saw last night. 2 outs, nobody on here in the top of the 9th inning. Erie leading 3-2 over the Curve. And in steps the 2014 Midwest League MVP, Winton Bernard. 1 for 3 tonight. The pitch, Bernard takes a strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Bernard, we were talking about him earlier, got the story all the way up. He was released by the team that drafted him, the Padres, took him in 2012 in the 35th round out of Niagara. The 0-1 pitch comes in. He takes a strike on the outside corner. The Padres released him after the 2013 season. He signed on with the Tigers after trying out with multiple teams. Got noticed by the Tigers, went on to play for their Midwest League affiliate Low A last year, the West Michigan Whitecaps. The 0-2 pitch on the ground, out to first, picked up by Josh Bell, flips to Ballister, and it is just in time for the out. And the side retired, 3 up, 3 down for Ballister in the 9th inning. We'll go to the bottom half. Last chance for the Curve. The Curve Radio Network.
Leading off with the Curve, right fielder, Andy Vasquez.
Bottom of the 9th inning, Curve trailing 3-2 to the Erie SeaWolves. Into the box, Andy Vasquez. Ryan Rabowski into the game, likely trying to finish off a 6-out save. First pitch to Vasquez, drags a bunt. Diving stop by Rabowski, throws onto first, and it's in time. Rabowski dove off the mound toward the first base side, picked up and fired a strike over to the base. And Andy Vasquez bunts out for the first out in the bottom of the 9th inning. Very quick first out, and actually that will end the night for Rabowski. Lance Parrish and company wanting the lefty-lefty matchup, and now they'll call on a right-hander to try to close things out. We'll tell you who it is when we come back after this Toyota call to the bullpen on the Curve Radio Network. Three to two, Curve trailing Erie in the bottom of the ninth inning. A pitching change coming. A right-hander coming into the game for the SeaWolves. Edgar De La Rosa is who is coming in. Pause for this pitching change. Curve down 3-2 with one out in the bottom of the ninth on the Curve Radio Network. We'll keep it right here, actually. While we have a chance, we'll take a look at the five-star Mitsubishi out-of-town scoreboard. Looking around the rest of the Eastern League, the Portland Sea Dogs leading 4-1 right now in the top of the ninth inning, trying to finish things off against the Reading Fighting Phils. Bowie Bay Sox at home hosting Harrisburg. They're leading 2-1 in the top of the ninth inning. Richmond Flying Squirrels up 3-0 on the road against the New Britain Rockcats. In the bottom of the seventh, New Britain with the second best record in the Eastern League entering play tonight. The Akron Rubber Ducks trying to get back to 500, leading 7-0 at Trenton right now in the top of the sixth inning. In a final from earlier today, the Binghamton Mets defeated the New Hampshire Fisher Cats by a final score of 2-1. Edgar De La Rosa is the closer into the game, trying to finish it off for the SeaWolves. 6'8", 235-pound right-hander, wears number 50 out of El Saibo, Dominican Republic. 8th appearance of the year. He has one save and one try. 6 earned runs given up for him. 5.40 the ERA. He'll face Gift and Gope. 1 for 2 tonight. A single, a stolen base, a caught stealing, and a walk. The first pitch to Ngope. Misses up high for ball one. De La Rosa wears number 50. Big, tall right-hander. 1-0 pitch to Ngope. Inside, almost hit him. Backs him off the plate. And it's 2-0 on Gift. De La Rosa has one appearance against the Curve this year. A scoreless inning pitched last week. That was in Erie. The 2-0 to Ngope. Too low, 3 balls and no strikes out of the bullpen for De La Rosa. Final line for Ryan Rabowski as Gonzalez comes out to talk with De La Rosa. An inning and a third, no runs, no hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Picks up a hold. Warwick Suffolk started the game, 5 innings for him, gave up 2 runs. He is in line for the win as it stands right now. De La Rosa trying to close it out for him. 3-0 pitch to Ngope. Takes a strike at the knees, 3-1. 1 out, bottom of the ninth inning. Curve trailing Erie 3-2 at P&G Field. Second game of this 3-game set. First place Curve trying to hand the SeaWolves their 11th straight loss, but need a couple of runs to do it. 2 outs to work with. 3-1 pitch. Taken for a strike, and from 3-0, it's back full on Ngope. De La Rosa now settling in. Count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Top of the order on deck. De La Rosa's pitch. Ball 4, missed, blown away. Curve have the potential tying run on here in the ninth. Up comes Keon Broxton. Broxton tonight has walked twice, scored both times. Last 2 times up, though, he has been sat down on strikes. Broxton hitless in the game after a 2-for-4 night last night. He has scored the last 4 Curve runs over the last 2 days. Righty versus righty. De La Rosa from the stretch. Long hold, and now he delivers. The curveball didn't break, stayed high and outside. 1-0 on Keon Broxton. Erie took a 2-0 lead in the first. The Curve got themselves a run in the bottom half of that inning. Tied it up in the third. Pickoff throw to first, and Gope is back in. Erie reclaimed the lead at 3-2 in the top of the fourth inning. Since then, it has been all zeros thrown up. Third reliever out of the pen for Erie after Ryan Perry and Ryan Rabowski combined for 3 1/3 scoreless. The pitch, Broxton swings, fouls it back, and it's out of play. Counts 1-1. On the mound now, Edgar De La Rosa. Walked Gifton Gope with 1 out. His first batter faced here in the ninth inning. Count 1-1. Leading at first in Gope. The pitch to Broxton. Breaking ball misses, low and away, 2-1. Curve trying to rally. Altoona has not had to come from behind much this year. Curve have scored first nearly every game and usually have held on to it thanks to some strong starting pitching. Tonight, Angel Sanchez knocked around for 3 runs, 2 of them earned. Pickoff throw over to first again, and Gope's back. The Curve, when trailing after 7 0-2 this year, that was the case tonight. When trailing after 8 0-3, not come back from these late deficits. A chance to do it tonight, though. 2-1 pitch. Broxton takes high, ball 3. Great crowd on hand tonight. They've been into it all game. Up and cheering on right now, and here comes a visit out to the mound. Is it Mike Henneman or is it Lance Parrish? It is indeed the manager, Lance Parrish, out to talk with Edgar De La Rosa. There has not been any action in the pen. De La Rosa with a puzzled look on his face. What are you coming out here to talk to me about? Now he's nodding as Lance Parrish gives him a stern chat. Parrish, one of the good catchers of the 1980s in the big leagues, with the Detroit Tigers mostly. Played with the Tigers from 1977 to 1986. Then spent time with the Phillies, Angels, Mariners, Indians, even a year with the Pittsburgh Pirates before finishing out his career with the Toronto Blue Jays. He was an 8-time Major League All-Star, a member of that famed 1984 Tigers World Championship team. Parrish now spins, goes back to the dugout. 3-1 the count on Keon Broxton. Gifton Gope at first, Edgar De La Rosa from the stretch. 1 out, Curve down 3-2 in the ninth. A long hold, pitch clock down to 2, and time is called. Broxton steps out. Second game tonight that the pitch clocks have been enforced. I haven't seen any violations. We saw one last night. De La Rosa set, 3-1. Gift goes. The pitch misses, low and outside, ball 4. Curve have runners on first and second with 1 away, and the big sticks are on the way. Broxton walks for the 3rd time tonight. The Curve have walked 9 times tonight. Here's Max Moroff, 3 for 4 tonight. Excuse me, Max, short changing him a bit. Max is 3 for 3, 3 singles, a stolen base, and a walk. He has been left on base 4 times tonight. The Curve have left 8 as a team, trying not to strain anymore. A chance to tie the game in the ninth. The pitch, fastball misses outside for ball 1. Curve having Gope at second, Keon Broxton at first. Max Moroff at the plate, trailing 3-2 in the bottom of the ninth inning with one out. 1-0 pitch. Instead, spinning back towards second is De La Rosa. Now resets. The 1-0. Crushed back to right field. Chasing it is McVaney. He looks up and it is caught at the warning track. Runners tag and move up. A big break around third base for Ngope. He scampers back to the bag, and now Broxton's caught in a rundown. Back to second base goes Keon. He slides in safe. Oh, that almost into the game. Ngope took a hard turn around third. Broxton thought he was going to go. Keon took off for third. The throw came into the catcher Gonzalez, who threw back to second base. Castro covering the base. Almost got Keon. Even more so, Max Moroff almost hit a walk-off homer. He crushed that ball. It just died on the warning track. Flies out F9. Runners each move up. Broxton at second. Gift Ngope is over at first, and we'll see how they handle Josh Bell. First pitch to Bell. Crushes it down the right field line. Tracking over is McVaney, and it's gone! Josh Bell with a walk-off homer, and the Curve win it. Bell mobbed at home plate. His first homer of the year, and it's a huge one. The Curve win.